quote-unquote game show where people do tests. And Chunks here has... Did the fucking stream stop? Okay, I just saw a thing that said TVCR is now offline. But yeah, Chunks will have 4 hours to get through as much as they can on the following hellscape. So let's move over to that scene now, and then we're gonna actually see if the audio is working. All right. So first things first. Thank you, Chunks, for the resub, and thank you, Honeybird, for the 45 bits. All right. So, can you hear Aaron's AC?
Well, technically computer, but you know, it sounds.
Can you hear Aaron's fan?
I can't even hear it on Discord.
Yeah,
I can hear it.
Interesting.
GBCR is live.
It's actually quite a far way away from the microphone that I'm using because
the stream did stop.
Oh Lord.
Did. I'm still watching your stream live.
Okay. Well, yeah, we have Chunks here, we have the screen right here, we have the timer above me that says 4 hours. When we last left off from this session, we were on Veteran of the Forte Wars, which is a CKT map. If you weren't here for the ending, you missed a pretty good episode. I highly recommend watching that if I remember to actually make it public on YouTube. But yeah, let me just get the interact right here. As I mentioned before, you have 4 hours to get through as far as you can. At the 2 hour mark, we are taking a 15-minute break instead of the usual 10 minutes because I have to go put laundry in the washing machine. I mean, you can only wear so many of these blue shirts and black undershirts before you gotta wash. But yeah. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, dope. Well, on my mark... You can start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Ah, hell yeah, this banger.
Oh god.
Alright.
I don't know why, but I actually completely forgot this was also used on this level.
And now I have to close some windows on my end so everything doesn't shit the bed. I am streaming at 5,700 kilobits and it's saying that's not good enough. How rude.
Which allows you to go up to 8,000, unofficially.
Yeah, officially though the limit's 6,000.
Yeah.
Which is also what they recommend you stream at.
1080p, you need like, oh crap, I forgot about this. I forget, but it's like closer to like 50,000 or something.
I think I probably need to lower my bitrate at some point because I think my canvas is at 720p, but I'm streaming at the 1080p bitrate.
Oh.
But yeah, I hope everyone's doing pretty good. Sorry about the mouse there. Again, we're having to do a screen capture to show the gameplay because Discord, in their infinite wisdom, does not support NDI. There are plenty of NDI plugins for OBS. And you can't really use Spout because that's a local host thing. I don't think you can have Spout running on, like a Spout sender on one computer and then receive it at the other. It's entirely localized.
Basically Discord being Discord and doing Discord things.
Well, if they want to market themselves as a good competitor towards Skype, which I mean, some people can make the argument that, well, they've already done that.
Yeah, I mean,
yes and no, because like Slack has that business market, and like there's a lot of people that use Discord that are like content creators to do like podcasts or like videos that require talking to other people on a voice chat. Right now, if you want to actually get the video capture off that, yeah, they have these third-party services like, you know, OBS and Ninja, or you have to use Skype. because that supports NDI.
I'm realizing I forgot to mute your stream before I started doing this.
Oh, you take a death here, you can always do it after this attempt.
But yeah, that's, again, just an explanation for why the gameplay looks very choppy and blocky and pixely, is we have no control over this.
Thanks, Discord.
Thanks, really Discord.
We really appreciate it.
By the way, I am looking at your chat as well. So, if anyone in Chunks' chat had any questions about this hellscape, please let me know. I'm very glad me, Arid, and maybe Matrix are happy to answer any questions.
I don't know how much Matrix would be able to answer stuff about the soundtrack. I don't think anything about the levels, but and if CKT were here, I'm sure he'd be happy to answer, since he made both this level and this banger music track. But he's probably still at work.
Yeah, I like how the call quality is like so low that like the textures are like morphing in with each other at certain points.
Mm.
Hey, I boosted the server so you got better audio.
Shit.
Video on the other hand, no. You're gonna have to boost it 5 more times.
I swear we really need to like get this server boosted so we can actually have higher bit rate.
Is that what it takes?
Yes.
I got server boosts up the wazoo.
Hold on. I can actually look this up. Hopefully it won't cause the fucking stream capture to shit itself. Hold on.
We're at 2. I am those 2. 2 boosts.
I gotta turn Matrix up too. I can barely hear.
Apparently this is a server that cannot do a boost.
What? What does that mean?
It's bullshit.
Oh, because there's not enough people or something, probably?
I'm guessing because they're trying to force servers to do community. Did I get out and see the sun today? I did, K-Price. I went outside to go take the trash can to the front, and then I had to go back out again to put some trash in it.
It's a metaphor for life.
Metaphor for this website.
You can boost the server.
Why is it not showing it for me? Oh, there it is.
In the wrong place.
Yeah, 7 boosts are required to have HD streaming.
We only have 2.
Yeah, there would have to be 5 more. So currently, at level 1, you can only stream at 720p at 60 frames.
That's weird, because maybe it's because I'm streaming at 60 FPS on source quality, which is 2K.
Ooh. I mean, I'm gonna have to reframe the scene if you change it, so I'm pretty sure.
It's your call. I could change it or leave it. I don't mind.
I think it'll be fine this time. It's just we'll have to look into it next time. Because what's important is we're still able to see what you're doing, even if there's like definitely dips in like and it's chugging at certain points.
Oh man.
Oh, I am also proud to announce that I remembered to actually pay to renew the marathonruns.net domain.
Good times.
I got a new debit card. I got a new debit card, so I had to do it. I had to like change stuff anyway. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out what I didn't do as soon as I get an email being like, "You have not paid for your service." Well, it's because the card expired.
Yeah. Yeah, it do be like that sometimes.
But yeah.
I don't think it'd be like that, but it do.
Alright, I'm gonna see if I can close Firefox without the thing being in the way. No, without the I just want Edge, because I have to use Edge for some fucking reason to look at the Twitch dashboard.
Gross.
I'm on the Here's the funny part. I'm on the latest version of Firefox, and it's saying that it's not supported.
Maybe that's why it's not supported. Like, it might not actually. It might be too new for it to support. I don't know.
No, that's the thing, Aaron. They want you to be on the latest version.
Oh. Well, I don't know, then. Anyway, Edge isn't nearly as bad as Internet Explorer was. It's actually...
Edge still has some oof things about it.
It does, but... Yeah, I like it more than Chrome nowadays. Cause it's...
Bing AI is kind of one thing where, like, it'll actually, like, try to circumvent sometimes my searches, because I have it set the DuckDuckGo, and it'll just do Bing.
Yeah, but it's a lot more lightweight memory-wise and performance-wise.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. Like,
yeah,
it's using like half a gig of RAM right now at most.
Yeah, whereas Chrome would be using like 800 megabytes or something at least.
But
it feels like Chrome.
I feel like the user experience is
it's Microsoft, so they obviously do some stupid stuff. They always do some stupid stuff. They can't really help themselves.
I mean, obviously the main plus side is you can just import your Chrome extensions over.
Yeah, it's basically just a more lightweight Chrome with a couple of minor annoyances, but like the minor annoyances are counterbalanced by the fact that it uses way less memory, and
it still suffers from the weird quirks that is WebKit browsers.
Yeah, well, you know, that's to be expected, I think.
I'm gonna give you credit, Chunks, for being able to get this far with us just rambling on right now.
Yeah, we do that.
Oh, I'm used to it. Don't worry.
Yeah, if you've been streaming this, like if you've been doing this much hellpak, then I feel like you'd probably be used to people rambling about random shit.
Yeah, you're on nothing. Like, holy shit.
I mean, it's not the first time.
Yeah, but this is a clincher.
True.
Ah!
Rip.
Come out from the fucking side.
Actually, you started with no health. That's right.
Yep.
Oh.
I just barely made it out of that last level.
Yep.
Start with no health. I do not know that.
But yeah, it's I can't wait for the weekend. I forgot there was like a water park that's like an hour away from here. Not saying I'm going to it, it's just I completely forgot there's like a major chain water park.
Not the Waterloo one.
No.
It's too bad. And again, there's, you know, it does seem to have an infestation of, you know, alien slavers, so maybe it's for the best.
I feel like the pixels blurring with each other is enhancing the experience of this. I may be completely wrong. Again, Discord, please add NDI so I don't have to do this dumb shit.
I was gonna say, why the Saga and Radar back here?
Also, I hope our audience is nice and comfy right now. I have a blanket on my lap.
Nice.
All cozy. However, the potential to choke on popcorn is so high.
That's unfortunate. Don't choke.
No promises.
What the hell's that guy doing?
Taking a nap.
Shh.
Ah!
Where were those guys?
That was rude. Rude video game.
So rude. I'm gonna have to disappear off the screen for a second because I cannot find my phone.
Then who was phone?
Yeah, that's a good question. Who was the
And how is Babby formed?
Am I pregnant?
Can U get pregante?
Can probably still recite the entire "they need to do way and stain mother" thing. Which I don't know what that says, other than that I've spent entirely too much time online.
There's no such thing.
Yeah, maybe not. Probably even spell a lot of it quote-unquote correctly, by which I mean incorrectly.
Oh,
I am, in any case, truly sorry for your loss.
shit.
Yeah, that's pretty obnoxious. God. I think for hellpak Volume 2, we need to actually make a script so that if somebody has fewer than 37 health, then we just give them 37 health at the start of the next level. This is ruthless. And I don't think there's any levels that you would be soft locked on, but I'm not sure if there are no levels. Like there might be some levels that you actually do need a little bit of health to do that don't give you any at the start.
As far as I'm aware, we're supposed to give health at the beginning of each level.
Yeah.
Unless a map maker explicitly does not want it.
Yeah. Which, I mean,
think
obviously,
you rolled the die on this one.
In this case, it's, you know, it's part of the gimmick of the level. And I mean, I think it's still doable. You just have to do it without taking a hit, basically. But, you know.
There's no margin for error.
Yeah.
Well, really, even if you had like a little bit of health, it's not going to help you.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Because you would die from one hit of a misplaced rocket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, rocket's not what's likely. Well, I mean, it might be likeliest to kill you, but I feel like most of Chunk's deaths have been to, you know, the fighters or troopers or stuff like that. where the tiny bit of health might actually help.
I wish there was like a specialized multiplayer where you could have like it's just one player, but there's like observers or spectators.
That'd be pretty sweet. And you probably could program that. I don't know how.
I feel like it would need its own specialized. Well, I don't know.
It
would require its own specialized like meat server, I think.
It would absolutely require a specialized script. I don't know if it would necessarily require a specialized server, but I don't know.
I feel like that's a trail on my question.
I don't think it would. You just like maybe host is treated differently than other players or something. Or players specify, or host specifies which player is to be given the, you know.
Or you could like have it to where like a certain team color signifies the player.
That would work too, yeah.
It definitely result in a higher quality capture than what's going on right now, but.
Oh, for sure.
We're just making do with what we got, so.
Oh. We would it's kind of a bit late to redesign hellpak to take that into account.
Well, that's more of just a thought.
Yeah. It might be worth doing, considering for Volume 2, or considering writing a way to do that. I don't know.
For those wondering, since I mentioned it earlier, why aren't you using OBS Ninja? Well, it's when Viking Boy Billy has to do attempts. It does not like capturing audio. Well, no. Let's boil it down to the main issue. Apple.
Apple does some weird stuff.
Discord's it's very weird. You can't actually capture like desktop audio on the on fucking OBS Ninja on the latest Macs because of Apple's weird fucking security shit.
There are a lot of things where I prefer Apple's approach.
I think we gotta shut up now because this is like danger zone.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh no, wait. Is there another oxygen can? I think it's just the one.
One of the other ones above the lava.
Oh yeah, and you can't go for it because there's no health. Oh, you're really in hard mode.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It might be doable, but it's
Death by Flappy Boy.
Flappy Boy experience. Anyway, as I was saying, like there are a lot of things where I prefer Apple's approach, but this is kind of annoying. Like this is one of the cases where it's kind of annoying. Overall, Apple, I think, has a better approach to security because they do at least ask you, do you want this program to have access to your documents folder for every program, which is what it like.
I've noticed sometimes with like Apple, like when you're running certain applications, it will constantly ask you if you want to give it access to the same directory you just gave it access to.
Oh, it's weird. I don't think my system's ever done that. Maybe it's an issue with certain versions of the OS or something, or it could be an issue with certain programs. I don't know. I can't remember ever having to repeatedly give a program access to a folder.
I have to do it for Roller Coaster Tycoon when I'm playing through OpenRCT because gotta be able to save files somewhere.
Might be an issue with one of those programs then, I don't know.
I think it doesn't ask it for signed, like, you know, Apple signed programs.
I mean, if it's not signed, then I think it makes you jump through even more hoops to even run the program. But maybe I misunderstand what you mean by signed.
Well, I know Tree Llama has some like things that he has to go through for like signing applications.
Yeah. I don't really understand what it is, but you know. It might be worth remembering that running actually uses oxygen faster. So, you know, if you're not fighting monsters, it might be worth just not running. Because you'll conserve some oxygen that way.
I'll try and keep that in mind.
Stream is going for... No, I'm bad at math. Okay. I thought the stream has been... it said the stream was only live for, like, less time than we've been in this session. I was like, oh no, that's not good.
Would have been bad, but...
Flipping ticks.
Yep.
Okay, hello there.
Hello,
Chunks.
Obsidian. Keep it. I do want to make sure that you're aware we are live on twitch.tv right now.
Didn't I make that aware with the sub?
Oh, did you make a sub? It didn't tell me. I'm
Nice,
looking at my
right,
panel
sounds
right now.
Fucking lovely.
I'm looking at my panel right now. It didn't say anything. I might have to, hold on. I'm gonna move over to my actual, like, Twitch dashboard. Yeah, it didn't mention it. What the fuck?
As per usual, Twitch is a mess.
Yeah.
I bet if I go into analytics, it'll tell me.
One of the world's largest companies runs this website. Not that you would know.
The biggest
Or
company.
maybe you would know, maybe you would know
Make the
because
silliest
This is
stuff.
how you know,
yeah, that's
because
probably
they
actually
don't care.
That's true.
Let's see. Yeah, it shows on the doodad, but not on the chat client nor on the actual activity event feed. So I do thank you for that.
There, believe
So,
it or not.
how far in are we?
We
You're
are
on
on nearing
Veteran
the
of the
halfway
Forte
point.
Wars.
Yeah, we're nearing the
I think
halfway point of episode
I think
3.
we are at the halfway. This is. We are past. Depending on what you categorize as the halfway point, this is chapter 3.
Well,
Yeah.
the halfway point was the beginning of episode 3, but this is the halfway point of the episode.
Yeah.
Because after this we're starting to get into the weeds. You'll have a few break levels, but it's mostly
You're approaching
Yo,
the
what?
point where you're going to want to take a drill to your forehead.
So we got
no
digestion-
trepanning in this stream, please.
We've got. So we got. What's the next? Is it Digestion Simulator next or?
Yeah.
Security Officer BQ.
No, it's Security Officer BQ was before this.
Okay,
Isn't
that's
it
right.
Perfect Matrid coming up?
Perfect Matrix
that's
was the
already-
end of episode 2.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to remember the map.
I
order.
think-
It always escapes me.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Chunks is the only one that made it through that so far, right? Viking
I
Boy
believe
Billy's
that's
still
correct.
on that level.
I believe that's
I
correct.
did good.
So actually, yeah, the next 2 levels in this chapter are probably relatively simple. After this one,
Well,
then you get Stairway to Heaven.
there is a giant wall of like a giant hill of like difficult levels. So you got to
Yeah.
plateau at some point.
Yeah, basically, Digestion Simulator has a trick to it. If you figure it out, it's pretty simple.
We'll see if Chunks figures that out.
I think you probably will. It might
But
take
yeah,
him a few minutes, but
episode 4 is going to be the big test of your opinion about this.
yeah.
There's a reason we've been like alluding to it. It's bullshit.
I mean, there are several levels that are just probably outright unfair.
Don't spoil. That's the one.
Not
That's
good.
the one section I don't want to spoil. Chapter 4 is
Not-
just this mysterious thing.
I'm not gonna like say how it's outright unfair. I'm just going to say there
I know.
are some levels that are.
Do we have any completed attempts yet?
No,
Or
This is the farthest
we've gone?
attempt.
Chunks is the furthest along anyone has gotten.
Is there any more of my maps coming up?
Digestion Simulator is next.
Yeah,
so,
you have 2 more left.
Oh yeah,
And,
yeah.
and
no,
then there's
we're
not a
on.
fun scenario and Skyfall. Both of those are yours.
Oh, yep. You're approaching my more quirky areas.
Not a fun scenario actually is kind of fun. I haven't completed it yet, but
It's also really funny with admin's music playing in the background.
That's true.
I gotta make sure I hear that. That's gonna be amazing.
A reminder that that one piece is in both a Doom WOD and in this.
Oh, I did not know
Because
that.
Cassis submitted, Cassis asked permission for that piece.
I would have said, no.
Well, no, it actually fit the map, so I'm not gonna, like... If it was just completely out of place for, like, the content of the map, I would have been like, yeah,
This
that's
track
kind of a
gives
weird
me
choice.
Marathon Trojan vibes, bro.
It kind of, yeah, I think that was literally what I said when I heard it first.
Also, I'm pretty sure admin's probably gonna be nearing starting the,
I'm really curious to hear what admin's
starting
going to do with
hellpak.
the main theme.
I hope admin remembered that they have to work on it. We'll ask next meeting.
Yeah.
When's that?
Whenever.
I don't know.
Y'all
I mean,
are
we could
great at
probably do it. We could
scheduling.
probably do it tomorrow. I don't have anything planned for tomorrow.
Yeah, I work
I actually
tomorrow,
have
so.
stuff tomorrow too. Thursdays are basically just going to be booked for me for a while.
Friday I have a stream, obviously. Saturday is Fort Boyard. Well, I don't know.
Sunday could work probably.
Saturday I'm not gonna stream because I'm not doing a 4-hour live stream after a 3-hour game show. That's just no.
That is fair.
I'm trying to remember which map Not a Fun Scenario was.
You'll know. You'll know when you see it.
Does it
It's
involve the lifts? That's all I
Mm,
need to know.
It's that one map in that one game created by that one person.
that's pretty. That's some pretty good information there. But yeah.
I'll just DM
Obsidian,
you
to just give you some context on this attempt, Chunks cannot go for one of the extra O2 cans because, as you can see, zero health.
No health.
How did you get yourself into this situation?
The last level was really, really rude.
I highly recommend watching the last session because holy shit.
Last
That
level
last
was-
session is probably one of the best episodes of this entire series in general.
It is
so far.
unquestionably one of the best.
I think the only thing that probably is close to it is there's one episode of the Minecraft stuff from like 2017. But there's no VOD of it. That's the sad part.
That is unfortunate.
Man, why didn't you archive this stuff?
Because it was way before the point where I was actually actively archiving stuff. Like, actually uploading VODs to my YouTube only started when I, had my rebrand.
To a
How?
fine quality channel.
I am working on a video for said fine quality channel, which should hopefully be out by the end of this week, hopefully.
What is the topic of this fine quality
it's
video?
a TBCR plays video. And I will say it's on the Amiga.
Not Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl.
No. I'm not chasing current boomer civvy trends.
I'm surprised he even touched that.
I'm not. Like he's obviously stated that like he thinks at least that like genre stuff is like interesting.
Oh yeah. Like I picked it up before he released the video and was like, this game is actually pleasant.
I think it's definitely better than the game that came before it, which is the fucking Codename Outbreak. That game is cool. It's got the second person view glitch.
What?
Yeah, there's a video on my channel that shows it. Like, sometimes when you restart a level, it'll have you in the view of your teammate, but you're still moving, but you can't fire your gun.
That should be a mod for Rainbow Six.
What, a second person view mod?
Yeah.
Have you in the eye? No, you have to like use the eyes of your the people that you're shooting to like shoot them. So like it's like a game where you're a sniper, but you're not looking through your own like point of view. You're looking at it through the viewpoint of a guest.
By the way, Obsidian,
That's what we call it, imposter syndrome.
I told you, I gave you a mention of what thing is, what level the not a fun scenario was.
Also, you take hilarious like fall damage in that game, despite like falling only like a very small like height. Which is also really funny.
Yeah, I need to make a map for Hellpak too. I've been like,
I've gotta get my, I gotta move my mapping computer over to a different place, because as I was mentioning to Aaron and Chunks and Matrix, if they're still conscious, I have the A1200 at my capture desk, so I can't actually use the Mac at that desk. However, I do need to test VGA because I got an OSSC, and I need to see if VGA capture works right. With a Mac, it might be a bit weirder because, you know, Apple likes to use like non-standard refresh rates. 85 hertz, really?
Also non-standard monitor aspect ratios, for that matter.
That's fine, because I can just use a 5x4.
Apple in their prime. Hey, let's make 6x2.
What is this, DOS?
Oh, you want 81.54 refresh rate? We got you.
Who wouldn't want that?
You want triangle pixels? We're working on it.
We took admin's hexagon template, and we made hexagonal pixels.
Admin's template. That's totally Hypersleep's template. Admin probably borrowed.
No, the one that admin made by hand.
No.
Admin, I think, made a hexagon template by hand because of fucking course he did.
I'm pretty sure Hypersleep did that way before admin did. So, you know.
No, you get what I mean, though. Like even though Hypersleep made one, if admin made one, technically there's two templates. Like it doesn't really matter who made one first.
I mean, kind of, because
if admin's not using the template file, it doesn't really matter, because admin does what admin does. We all know this.
I'm pretty sure that Hyper actually posted the template though, so.
We can ask. We can ask admin, because otherwise we're just.
We can just look on the server.
Well, I mean, I could look at the server. What I'm saying is we can ask admin, because otherwise we're just arguing semantics at this point. Because we don't know what admin used.
I mean, literally, I just
also please
found it,
hold on. We're literally in the danger zone.
Okay.
Oh no!
That's bullshit. Sorry. Anyway, I found the exact message where it was posted. I posted it in the chat.
I don't see that too often.
No, Aaron, I understand that Hypersleep posted about it, but again, this is admin 1 we're talking about.
Yeah, but he asked for the template and Typer gave it to him, and so I don't.
If that's the case.
Yes. So then, you know, it's definitely Hypersleep's template, is my point.
Remember that time admin made a pentagonal one, though?
I don't. Was there one?
I think there is one. We'll have to double check. Which is also funny because you can technically make a pentagonal one in Forge.
Yeah, but they won't be regular pentagons. That's the problem.
Yeah.
The nice thing about hexagons is that they're regular hexagons, and you can make them with entirely one world unit as its polygon sides, which I think is exactly why Hyper used them so much for Apotheosis.
I'm using the Forge pentagons for one map.
And I think you're like one of like 3 people that's ever used those polygons.
I think most people don't realize they're an actual function.
Probably not. Like, they're not. The thing that the reason I never used it much is because there's no way to make it constrained to, a regular polygon. Like, if you could make it so that all of the angles and sides were identical, then I would totally use the shit out of that.
I should probably have OBS up while we're in the middle of this because, even though I have 3 monitors, I don't have a lot of space, and I also have to have, the game is on a 4K monitor, not my 1080p. Because I actually need to be able to see the gameplay. By the way, I do want to mention I am reading chat, so, like, it's just, yeah, this is just how these episodes go. It's just basically player plays game, we shoot the shit while playing.
Yep.
I mean, you gotta. Some of this shit is too boring and tedious to just, like, watch intently.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
I think that's like one of the crucial parts of like the Minecraft stuff. If it was just me being quiet and then doing it, no one would fucking watch. So when you think about it, it's technically, the game is just kind of a backdrop to just the conversations that are had during it. So it's like a Let's Play series, except there's like an actual like game progression to it and rules.
KT didn't have to go this hard with this track, but he did, and
I think it's the only explicit, isn't it one of like the only explicit like covers of a song from the original game?
I mean, pretty much. There's Why Are You Rushing, and then there's
Well, why are you rushing? Technically goes in its own direction for a bit.
Yeah, like it's like there are 2 partial covers as well.
Oh shit! I didn't realize we're near the end of this. Okay, go. Ooh!
Oh yeah.
There we go.
I'm gonna have to go back and pause that.
Yeah, my favorite map. Let's do this.
All right.
Circulator.
I know how to do this.
You are now officially in the weeds. Have fun.
Wait, I gotta listen to this admin track.
Yeah.
No, this is a.
Perfect,
actually, this is Matrix.
This is Matrix.
Yeah,
that is perfect.
This is watching the close, right? This is Matrix.
I don't remember.
Let's ask Matrix when they're not drunk.
I don't remember my old tracks, okay?
There's a soundtrack video. Which you should watch. It's very good.
It's part of the hellpak gameplay.
It is part of the hellpak gameplay experience. You think we're joking when we say that? Unfortunately, we are not.
Now, I should say, the timing to do this is ridiculously tight.
I've only succeeded at this map twice.
I think I've probably done it once. I don't remember.
So, do you get the idea of the map, though?
Yep.
Where do you think you're going next?
Well, there's really only one direction you can go.
Yep. You go from digestion to what?
To poop.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, he is leaving this body. With extreme prejudice. Once he gets there. This guy ate a lot of corns, you know.
That's really impressive that the IGT is like 28 minutes. Oh, and you landed on the platform. Holy
Nice.
shit.
Okay.
I think you have to be on the ground, though, to teleport out.
I don't remember.
Oh yeah.
Do the funky chicken circle thing.
Oh lord.
Just stop.
We know this map is beatable. There we go.
Okay. Yeah.
Wasn't this my track too?
I was looking for
Yep.
special
Oh,
polygons.
this map is great.
All right.
Love this map.
There is a terminal, I will tell you that.
It might be worth reading.
It might be worth reading.
Wait, there's a terminal?
Yeah. I think it's near the start point.
So, you may have noticed there's nothing.
I see that.
That is some
Not
crucial
even
gameplay
oxygen.
mechanic. As soon as the mosaic aligns, there we go.
Yeah, and I would also recommend not running in this level.
I'm a run.
It's actually more
fun.
efficient.
Not recommended by doctors.
It's more efficient to not run. You actually use less oxygen by, like, even bearing in mind that you travel slower.
Why are you
when
giving
you're not-
him hints?
I mean,
I'm taking my own
Because-
route.
I mean, it's Aaron. The hints are almost guaranteed. Obsidian.
it is a
mean
it is
the
a
drink?
weird gameplay mechanic that I can't blame anyone for not knowing.
This is fucking great. I love this map. I remember when
So
it was shown to me.
I will tell you, and everyone here can vouch for me. There is an exit here.
There
Yep.
it is.
It is plainly obvious on the map. Although, if you're not looking carefully at the map, you may not notice it.
It is very easy to miss, but once you notice it, you'll be like, "How did I miss that?"
Is it gonna be one of those things where it's just like a ever so slightly different shade of green? My monitor's not gonna display it properly. I'm never gonna find it.
No, I'm
Huh,
not that much of
boy.
an asshole.
I am.
Not-
I've already seen that before.
Not with a map
Yeah.
that's vacuum.
I can't see the line.
That's not
So what's
quite
been
like-
your favorite map so far?
Oh, you know, actually, it might be the last one.
I think the last one is
something like
generally
that.
considered one of the best ones.
It's
Star Wars, yeah, it is one of
challenging,
the
but it
best.
feels fair.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's one of the best. I think up to this point in the game, it is the best one.
Yeah, I like that.
I think it'd be interesting for you to like write down which maps of each people is the best. I mean,
Yeah.
Aperture's is already determined because Aperture only made one map, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't blame you for hating all of mine.
Hey, if it's his best map, it's also his worst.
that is
True.
true.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah, it's his worst map in the fucking pack.
All right.
Phoned it
Bullshit.
in. No, he didn't. He didn't phone it in.
No,
Oh.
that's not phoning it. If that's phoning it
Yeah.
in, I'm scared to see what not phoning it in looks like.
I was being sarcastic. Yeah, it's
Alright.
definitely not phoned in.
No.
Well, I think I know what I'm going to title
Uh,
my next map then.
What is it?
I'm scared to see what phoning it in looks like.
So, you stopped for a second.
Yes, I did.
Did you notice something weird about the map?
Did anything look suspicious?
Anything look out of the ordinary in this already weird looking map?
I mean, there's that one little center squiggly bit.
What do you mean by that? I like how when you're like perfectly still, the video is like pristine almost.
Yeah.
And the second you start moving, it just turns into a pixelated blur.
Oh,
Or was that
the
other oxygen
encoder
canister?
like dies.
Well, that's fine. There's a save point. There's oxygen right there. I did. That was a concession that I made. Like, okay, I'm gonna give people oxygen cans so they can like think it over.
Yeah.
But if it also imposes a hard time limit on the map.
There is a finite amount of oxygen. There is extra oxygen, but it is limited.
Custom map? No, this is a scenario, a challenge map scenario. Made from the demented minds of people in the speedrunning community for Marathon.
You will see some very different mapping styles between these different levels.
Yeah, you will see a lot of different mapping styles, but the one common thread between all of them is they're all bullshit.
Yeah, they're all very weird, I think, too, for the most part.
I think this is I don't know. I would say this is probably one of the most esoteric map packs for the whole thing, and that's even considering like Admin 1.
It's definitely among the most avant-garde. Like in terms of scenarios, I feel like this is definitely one of the more avant-garde ones.
So just to fill people in on Chunks' chat, yeah, there is an exit on here. Like the people that are adjudicating this know where the exit is.
Yes.
We obviously can't tell Chunks because I would be giving it away.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I made this map. I thought I made it like really obvious where the exit is, but
Oh, you made it really obvious.
It's one of those
I'm looking
things
at
that
the map
doesn't-
right now, and it sticks out like a sore thumb.
It's one of those things that maybe it seems more obvious. Like if you are, well, it'll seem really obvious once you figure it out. But
Okay.
like, it's one of those things that that is easy to miss. But once you see it, you'll be like, oh, how did I miss that?
You gotta like.
Okay, you're gonna hit yourself
think
over
about
the head with this.
constraints.
You're gonna hit yourself over the head when I give you this hint.
No,
Where do
no
you
hints
find
yet. Hang
where
on,
do you
no,
find
no, no.
treasure?
On an X.
Yes.
An X that marks the spot.
Okay.
I'm not seeing any crossing lines though.
Because X
You sure
is
about
one
that?
of three,
Oh, wait, okay, yeah, now I see it. Alright, you're right.
Okay,
Wait, stop. I gotta see if I can see this thing.
Good luck. It's a pixelated fucking mess. Thanks,
That's why we
Discord.
have him stop.
No, you can't. Almost out of air. There we go. All right, have fun.
Have fun.
Oh, this one's great.
This is probably one of the hardest non-chapter 4 maps.
Just made the stairs. It's not my fault. Just between us, I completely ripped off the stairs from Doomwad by Gumork.
Also, you may wonder why you're in a terminal to start with. There's a reason for that.
That is interesting. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah.
This damn thing is practically impossible for a keyboard-only player. Oh, not good.
I did finally beat it, like 2 months after I wrote that message.
Sort of pendulum motion.
I just ate a lot of spicy chips.
I think
My mouth on
I
fire.
think this is literally the description that was in my vid of this map.
It's not exactly, but I think I did mention.
It's pretty close. You mentioned this. You mentioned this block of text in it.
The quote from you is I think directly from your thing or something. I don't remember.
All right, have fun.
Oh god.
Yeah, this map is.
Again, to the people watching on my end, this is again. I apologize for the video quality. We can't improve on
Discord.
this.
Are you sure I can restart real quick?
It's not you. It's specifically Discord because this was going
It's
on last
literally
time.
the encoder.
Yeah, but if I lower my stream to 720p at 30 FPS, it might.
It won't fix it.
Because
It's just the encoder.
Yeah, it's the
It doesn't react well to really odd shades of color. And Marathon Infinity is kind of all of that.
Well, just the Marathon trilogy in general is just known for weird like color palettes.
So,
You'll
for
get
the
there
record-
eventually.
For the record, I just made this staircase basically. And
No,
then
it's
Very
I-
cool staircase.
I will say that if you want to do that, you can, but you will be on your own time for that. So like, I'm not stopping the clock for you to do that.
What?
Oh yeah. No, I don't get. I'm not like I need my 4 hours. You give me those 4 hours. Exactly. I was promised 4. Yeah, I could. It's only gonna take me a second to do, like literally. Oh
Okay.
shit.
Oh no.
I think you can actually do it with without even like changing the screen share. I don't think it's gonna crap out.
I can do that as well.
Because again, yeah, we're using Discord. again, Discord, please implement NDI so I can use an NDI plugin to capture this instead of having to literally look at what is essentially a mosaic.
Oh god.
Discord, implement something useful.
You don't understand. There's a fucking feature request that has like a fuck ton of pages on it. Okay, it's a little bit better.
Have you thought you would? Well, I mean, you might like NDI, but have you thought about maybe we just change the username feature in a way that nobody wants?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea. That'll definitely fix the issues that we really need to get resolved. Definitely gonna make it a good powerhouse. They're only doing it because they want it to be, you know.
Exactly like every other website.
No.
Yeah.
That and the buddy's probably gonna try and sell it again.
Yeah.
So he's gonna make it look more appealing.
Okay.
Okay. But yeah, we this level.
No.
This level is oh.
You ready
It's
for the
weird.
downward spiral?
This is
It's
only
all downhill
This
from
is the
here.
last episode for level for episode 3, by the way. Like,
Yeah.
once you're done with this, you're getting really into the weeds.
Yes, you
It's
are.
like I said, it's all downhill from here.
Yeah, you're going to be
All of
getting
it.
into the esoteric shit and the stuff that is intentionally designed to be frustrating.
There are a couple of levels in Chapter 4 that I feel like really didn't belong there in retrospect, but
Again,
there's the rest of it.
Again, we were at a weird position where, you know,
Honestly, we didn't test our levels enough.
well, no, it wasn't the issue that we didn't test our levels enough. It's that we could not get people that were not us to test them because no one wanted to touch this.
Oh, that-
Do you
like,
blame
Like,
them?
we
Like,
got
the
people
thing
that
is-
were interested in the project and were like, "Oh, I might take a look at it," but then we never heard back.
Yeah, that's
Or if
true.
they did, they probably took one look at a map like, yeah, no.
I think it's
They just
mostly
silently
because
said
people
no.
didn't really understand like what we were trying to do. Which, I mean, it's understandable. Like, this is something you would see on like more a Doom, right?
Even
Yeah,
then, like,
This is like
this
a
kind of stuff is kind of frowned upon there.
not really.
like-
I mean, Noye and experiencing Nirvana, I see are like celebrated a lot.
See, I came close to doing a Terry joke in this. Right.
I would
advised
have
against it.
fucking lambasted the shit out of you for that.
See, I had a funny ass idea. where
Actually,
it's
I
like,
think I would have put my
hold
foot
on,
down and
hold on.
just say no.
Hold on, hold on. What I was gonna do was a bit funnier than their typical Terry. It was gonna be 3 similar hallways. You had to guess the right one 4 different times. Or you just get annihilated with a Terry trap of like some epically weird proportion.
The only way I could see that to be interesting is if it randomized which one it was each time.
I did think about that.
And that would be
Even
cool.
then, I fucking despise Terry traps.
But you can't really do a proper Terry trap in Marathon without like extensive amounts of Lua.
I wonder
Oh,
if
yeah.
Like
do
you
something
could do
like
similar
Kaiser Trap.
things, but you can't really troll to the same
Terry trap
effect.
stuff's also kind of a Z Doom thing.
I
Yeah.
wonder if you could do something like a Kaiser trap from Kaiser Mario.
I mean, Aperture was looking into Kaizo Marathon too.
Yeah. That would be pretty dope, honestly. I would totally play the shit out of Kaiser Marathon too.
You think anyone that works at Bungie has seen any of these streams?
Probably.
Maybe?
There's definitely a non-zero chance.
There's a non-zero chance.
It's like,
Whether they even care that much about Retro Marathon, or
I don't know,
I mean,
some
a
of
lot
them
of the
maybe.
people, a good number of people that are working on the new marathon are fans of the old marathon.
Yeah.
Being
Yeah.
works in Reddit server.
Yeah, and
It's
and
interesting.
people who are actively working on the game at Bungie are in the fan community, like Discord.
Oh yeah.
Like, as in, like,
Like
the actual
game,
director
the
of
game, yeah, the game lead, Christopher Barrett is in that server.
Yes.
Yeah.
So like, holy shit,
Yeah, this level is...
you getting fucking generated. Holy shit.
For the record, this level took me like 3 months to beat.
I think it took me at least a weekend to get this figured out.
I don't think I ever beat this one.
I have.
It's really, really hard. I think it...
I mean, there's a reason why my comments for this map when we were doing testing was "fuck you."
There's a reason why I didn't comment.
I think this is probably the hardest level I've beaten.
I agree that this is
It's
in
one
just
of,
a
yeah.
in just a level, right? Not in
Yeah.
terms of like a slump, because like Cat's its own weird thing, right?
Yeah.
That's basically its own little scenario in of itself.
I think my
Yeah.
favorite one out of all
I
the
think
creative
this is
ones. though.
tied with Perfect Matred in terms of the
Yeah.
hardest level for this entire pack.
Let's face it, Perfect Matred is a non-stop shit kicking from start
Well,
to finish.
Bobby Overcooked has the luxury
That
of at
one's
least
funny.
having more ammo and
Yeah.
health cans. Perfect
Yeah.
Matred has health cans. One. And you at least get some ammo. This map you only have what you're given at the start, and then you're expected to finish it.
Yep.
I do
Basically-
think though, like Perfect Matred probably took the longest in testing for me to even get one completion out of my own map.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It took me a bit to play test your map, Bobby Overcooked.
Yeah, I beat that one pretty quickly because
That
I
was
knew
like-
the strategy to it right away.
Well,
But-
no, there was a potential issue with
Yeah, there was the
I
balancing
think-
weird bugs.
that took 18
yeah.
hours for me to figure it
I
out.
think the map, like we did not realize at the time that
Human
there was that
beings were going to
charger
play
was-
this.
this charger was supposed to be, functional.
Yeah,
So-
I don't know how that squeaked by me.
Yeah.
But like
So-
I completed the map a few times with that bug in place.
Oh lord.
No, I do agree it may have come down to some dumb luck. But
I think a lot
Oh
of
my
I think a
God.
lot of the clutches in this do come down to dumb luck.
Yeah, there's definitely like
Although Chunks definitely has the skill level because,
Yeah.
like, again, they're the only person that has made it into Chapter 3 and will potentially make it into Chapter 4. I
Yeah,
say
he beats
potentially
us.
because there's still 3 hours left to this session.
yeah.
I think the next map of mine is where I kind of flex the asshole a little bit. And I put you in the map's fucking namesake, not a fun scenario. Like right away. I did not
Yeah.
hesitate.
That is a level. That's
Yeah.
definitely a level.
Wasn't it one of the first ones completed
It
for this pack
was-
as well?
It was
No, the first
probably-
one was Security
One
Officer
of.
BQ. That was the very first map.
Yeah, that was
Because
that was the one I did with all the lifts and stuff and
Yep.
like it is very easy to tell which maps were made at the beginning of the project and which maps were made towards the end because the ones made towards the end have a bit more like sensibility to it, and the ones at the beginning are fuck you difficulty.
And
Yeah.
then there's
Also-
me thinking, you guys are lucky. I was working on a map based on Try Again at one point, where it was nothing but juggernauts.
Oh lord.
So yeah, we're all lucky that didn't finish.
I
Yeah.
probably would have put my foot down and say that would have been a bit too much.
It
If it
had
wa-
enough
if it-
ammo to live.
If
it was just very tight.
if it was later on in development, I probably would have still been like, this is kind of pushing it.
It was pushing it, but it was very completable. I just never submitted it,
Yeah,
and now it's lost to the
lost to the ether.
the hard drive crash. Yeah,
Oh, sad.
yeah. I had to replace my SSDs or one of my
I-
SSDs recently, and it's been gone since.
I really want to get a PowerPC Amiga board and install the latest version of Aleph 1 for that OS, which apparently is
Does that
1.
even support Lua?
Yes, 1.
Huh.
Just even the earlier builds of Aleph 1 for like the mid 2000s supported Lua.
Probably not to the
Um,
same extent, but
No, definitely not.
It's a more recent version because it runs on STL2, so
Huh.
it has to be at least 1.3, I think.
or they've updated portions of it. It might be one of those bastardized.
Well, I mean, it's on
Ports.
Amiga OS, so like,
Yeah, it's bastardized.
it's not even a supported platform to begin with.
Yeah. So it might have just been a very hacky implementation of SDL2,
I would not be surprised.
just to keep it up to date.
Although I do,
With
I
that.
like the Amiga can definitely the PowerPC Amigas can definitely support the more recent versions of Aleph 1.
But the question is, can it support this?
Well,
Probably
that's
not.
you'd have to get it working. You have to get the latest version working on it.
All right, Aaron.
I suspect we have used.
Just give
some
give
scripting.
Aaron $2,500 to buy a computer.
I suspect
Aaron,
we
I
have
have an
used-
idea for a map.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna abuse the ephemer system.
Yeah.
Why would you?
We're
Why
gonna
would you
make-
abuse the ephemera system?
Why wouldn't we?
Okay, fair point.
Yeah.
Remember, it's hellpak. It's all about doing things you shouldn't.
Well, no.
Case in point,
hellpak
ledges that if
is-
they were any thinner, your engine would have a conniption.
Hellpak isn't doing things you shouldn't. Hellpak is doing things that you never wanted to do for like, because again, the whole thought process was with like a regular marathon scenario, you're kind of expected to have like, there's certain expectations that are kind of, there's certain expectations
Yeah.
with making a map if you're doing like a box standard like marathon like map or scenario.
Like
Yeah.
there's a story. Like people
This is
expect
defying
a
them
story.
entirely.
This is make a map that seems fun. We don't care how weird it is.
Yeah. You don't care.
When
if
you
there's
start
any-
with security officer BQ,
Hey, you guys have weird ideas of what fun is.
Well, no, it's just that like
I am a drone. Bzz.
well, like Doom, like the weird Doom wads are definitely a big inspiration on this. I mean,
Yeah.
I mentioned No Ye and Experiencing Nirvana. Those are, at least for hellpak, are the two primary influences on this entire thing. It's really funny that the inspiration for a marathon map pack is fucking Doom.
Oh, and I mentioned GGG Mark as
I mean, I just-
inspiration on this staircase.
I just leveraged my autism for my mapping. And went
Leverage
made the most.
autism.
I
be
made
fair-
the most abrasive things I could think of at the time.
To be fair, isn't like 80% of mapping for a video game probably leveraging autism?
It seems like it. I'm
Yeah.
dabbling in like Halo modding, and it's like I have done things you probably shouldn't with that engine.
I have definitely done things you shouldn't with Marathon, but you know, no regrets.
I remember when I was developing the thin ledges.
I am okay. Real talk. I am still amazed that the engine doesn't literally shit its pants at those. Like
Yeah, those
you
things
can't
are
even
almost
see them.
subpixel.
They are subpixel.
Oh my god.
Like
Well,
you
it's-
they
cannot
were
see
close to.
them unless you're looking from the side. If you're looking straight down, you cannot see it.
I think they're like 1 or 2 internal units wide. They're internal units like.
I think they're decimal points of units. Like they're
Well-
that to the point where like
I think
any lower you have to be
0.003.
floating point.
I think you had to use 0.006 because 0.003 just crashed the engine.
Didn't we get to like? Didn't we try 0.05 at one point and it would work, but then it would crash sometimes?
I think it round down to 0.003, which would explain that. It should
that would-
round up to 0.006, but I think for some reason it was rounding down.
Just
I don't
know
think the
I touched
engine
it.
was a-
That's why.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the engine probably doesn't expect you to use a number that low. Like, why would you want that?
I mean, to be fair, I
Because
have
people
used.
like me exist.
To be fair, I have definitely used like 0.001. At
Yeah, but
times,
the-
See,
but
The
not for-
engine's
for,
weird
like, ledges.
because the engine's
Not
weird
for
because
ledges
you
the
can.
player was meant to cross over though.
What's weird is the engine will automatically round up to the next like
Yeah. The interesting
003
thing
unit.
is that you can combine textures like that using like really, really almost merged lines. This is something I remember was done back in the day a lot when
Yeah.
maps had more limitations. They would
Yeah.
like draw out a little triangle from a wall, put a
Yeah.
texture on that, and then put another texture on the wall,
Yeah.
and you'd be combining textures.
Oh, that's a strat. Do nothing.
It sure seems like they're shooting at me a lot less.
Like there is a point to which it works, and then there's a point beyond which you want to stop doing nothing. But
Yeah, I can see that happening.
but yeah,
live.
it does. It does. It can. I don't remember if my successful completion ended up doing that or not, but I do remember thinking it worked fairly well to a certain extent.
Guys, I may have made a mistake.
Yeah.
I say
I
that
bought
most
I
days I
bought
wake up.
Takis today, or a few days ago.
Oh, Takis. Ooh.
And I've got ones that are called Intense Sweet Chili Dragon.
Why would you put a tent in a chip?
So, I turn it around and it says "Conquer the Dragon." That's it.
I'm sorry, I had to make that joke.
This is gonna hurt. Oh, this smells like death.
I think Takis just don't taste very good. Like I quite enjoy very spicy things.
I'm not
but
a fan of Takis.
The flavor of the chips is not.
I don't like the texture of them.
I have never had them.
You're not missing anything.
It sounds like I may not be missing anything here.
Oh, these are lame, dude. They're so sweet.
Intense sweetness.
Oh, there's a spice.
Just the one?
It takes a minute to
Yeah, eat half the
kicking.
bag and you'll get
I'll get the shits.
half the bag, all of the spice.
I don't know, the nacho ones I just had were a lot spicier.
Oh yeah, Obsidian, you weren't here for the last stream, or 2 streams. I have to do the 16-mile walk in October.
Nice.
I am not prepared for that. I haven't done any walking out on like trails in like 2 years. I'm fucking terrified of getting stung by another hornet.
No,
Oh lord.
I am
it's
allergic
not a
to
serial
hornets.
killer.
Well,
It's
no,
not-
I'm like seriously allergic to hornets and wasps. And I had bug spray on, and that fucker didn't even care.
Nope. Dude,
Yeah.
hornets are nature's asshole.
I can't remember the last time I was stung by anything.
I got stung by a yellow jacket when I was like 4 years old. That was fun.
I think I got stung by a wasp in like 8th grade, and my hand like ballooned up to like the point where you couldn't even like put a glove on. Yeah, this level's going to take a bit because
Yeah, it is.
When I worked outside a lot, I had a hornet get on my the back of my neck and bite me 4 fucking times.
Oh my god. What an asshole.
Yeah.
And I'm more scared of like ticks and stuff.
yeah,
Oh,
ticks
God.
are pretty.
Ticks gives you fucking Lyme disease, so yeah.
Well, there's
I can
also the
totally-
one tick that just makes you allergic to red meat.
Oh lord.
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's the thing, Matrix. There's just a
First I've
tick
heard of
that if it bites you, you develop an allergy to red meat.
Weird.
Oh.
This is the first I've ever heard of that.
Yeah,
Lyme
there's-
I need
disease-
my meat.
Hold on, I can tell you the exact name of it.
Lyme disease sounds terrible enough.
I need steak in
We're
my
not
life.
vegans in this chat. You can tell.
Oh, I actually don't
The
eat very much meat.
so
I
it
would-
is a bite from the Lone Star tick.
Never heard of
It
Texas.
it induces a syndrome in your body called alpha-gal. You can also get that allergy from having anything that contains it.
Oh
Oh,
lord.
There's an entire page on CDC about it. Symptoms of AGS include, hives. That's common. Constipation, heartburn, shortness of breath, blood pressure dropping. Ooh. Severe stomach pain.
All very, very fun stuff to be sure.
It's basically like lactose intolerance, except it's
For red meat.
Oh no! It can also happen if you have dairy products as well.
Oh lord.
So yeah, you become lactose intolerant and you can't have red meat.
Bro, so you can't have cheese, or you can't have a hamburger.
You can have
cheeseburgers are right out.
I could live without red meat, but I could not.
Can we explain the strategy here? It's kind of hard. You basically have to get like a rhythm going to like go up to attack the enemies and then go down. The map is not designed in a way, or it is designed in a way to kind of help you, but at the same time hinder you. Yeah,
it's really weird. I don't know if you are familiar with like the what I referred to in the terminal for this, because my gaming references are all like 30 years old, is I don't know if you're familiar with the meta for the Thunderbird fight in Legend of Zelda 2, but there is this sort of pendulum motion that you have to do to do the fight optimally, where like Thunderbird will fire at where you are, and then you move to where Thunderbird is not firing, and you'll be okay. And that is kind of the meta here as well. But it is very tricky to get the rhythm right. I literally played this level for like 3 months before I finally got a successful completion. It is ruthless. To be fair, I was not playing it every day, but you know.
I'm gonna give you a heads up. You got about 46 minutes before we have to take an intermission.
Holy shit! Already? Oh wait,
yeah.
46. Yeah, 2 hours. Okay.
Yeah, because 2 hours 45 to go. For people in Chunk Stream, this will be a 15-minute intermission. Because I have to go put laundry in. Because me and Aaron are both adjudicators for this.
Yes.
That is the explicit requirement. If you play this on Total Carnage, we have to watch you do it if you want to get the best ending.
It's illegal if you don't let them watch.
Well, you won't get the best ending if you don't watch. I think it even explicitly tells you if you don't actually have us watching.
We explicitly say that in the README, like the adjudication is required to get the actual best ending.
And each best ending is personalized.
Yeah.
So we would know if you got it from someone else.
Because there's so many people just.
Well, no, because like
to get the hellpak achievements.
Well, I don't know. Someone trying to claim like they did it, right? Well, if we don't see you do it, then you didn't do it. Because like this is already a pretty tough thing, and we want to champion people that have both the patience and the skill to get through this fucking thing on TC.
Yeah, I mean. Hell, I don't think any of us have the patience to do all of them.
With that said, you can definitely play it on TC, like, by yourself, right?
Yeah.
But if you want the ending, you have to have us watch it.
Yeah. Like, there is, you know, if you just want to, you know, play levels on TC, you know, just for your own amusement, feel free. But they're, like, there is
my mouth is on fire.
There is what we might call a complete ending. That requires adjudication.
I know it seems a bit like much for a fucking map pack for a video game, but again, this is really hard. We want to champion the people that do it. So like, yeah.
If you actually go through the trouble of actually doing this all legit, then like
live.
we kind of want to reward people that actually do go through all that effort, because you know there's
you give them Taco Bell for life.
No, we can't give any actual like prizes, because that gets into weird legal territory, obviously. But what we can give you is a an epilogue.
An overwhelming sense of accomplishment.
Well, not only that, but you get an epilogue that's specifically for people that have actually completed it live on TC.
Oh my god, my leg fell asleep.
That feeling is no fun.
Obviously, once you finish the final level in this live in a session, you get the completion. Like completing the epilogue, I don't think is a hard requirement to get the completion because again, it's an epilogue. It's separate from the pack.
It is not really part of hellpak itself. It is hellpak adjacent.
So I think you like they said, you want to get a pendulum motion, so you want to be going back and forth, up and down at the same time.
I'm trying, but
Yeah, the issue is that the tracking,
done.
it's easier said than done.
Yeah.
like because the problem is you've got to
You gotta
work
dodge
around
like
it.
50. It's a fucking bullet hell.
that's why you see
Yeah,
me
it
shooting
really
into
is.
the wall there too to try and get momentum out of getting jammed into the corner.
For what it's worth, I think the strategy I found to be most effective involved standing in the corner near the back of the map for a little while, and
Letting them damage each other.
Yeah, and then moving forward. Like, because number one, it gave me the most time to react to their balls of the balls that are not inert.
React to
Reacting
inert
to
balls.
It doesn't make a bit of difference, guys. 10 days
balls
gone,
are inert.
remember?
Listen,
But-
we gotta
but
have a
there's still-
childish moment at least once this stream.
Yeah,
Right. Especially if I'm present.
but they're still their balls are inert. Shit
Oh
going
my
on, the
God.
fucking balls are fucking inert.
Balls.
My favorite one
Damn
of
it,
those.
go
though, is-
on, your balls are inert.
My favorite one of those though is the musical one that he made.
Mm.
The one with the pylons and
Oh yeah.
it's
You
so
must
good.
construct additional pylons.
Yes, so good.
Dude, my mouth is on fire.
Do you not have a beverage?
Nope. I'm going in dry.
Oh dear God.
Dude, my stomach is gonna hate me tomorrow.
Your
I'm gonna
ass
go
is
to
gonna
work
hate
and
you.
just rip ass so hard.
I'm gonna have to
I'm
think
gonna
about
walk
that
past-
while I'm laying in bed trying to go to sleep.
I'm gonna walk right past the boss's desk and rip it like a Beyblade.
No! Why would you say that?
Because I'm me and I don't filter.
This is true. That checks out. That checks out.
There is no such thing as a filter when I'm near.
That checks out.
You wheezing.
You know,
I
it's
think
really
I
funny.
broke TVCR.
You know what's really funny about this map is that it actually does get a little bit harder the less enemies there are.
Yep.
Yeah, that's actually true. Like I can't count the number.
You fucking
well,
bounced. Holy shit.
there were so many.
Marathon has
runs that
B-Hop confirmed.
There were so many runs that I got that were like 1 or 2 compilers left. It was so heartbreaking. But yeah, the thing like when there are more of them, you can they tend to damage each other more. But
Also, keep in mind, in the original testing, that terminal wasn't there.
yeah,
So we had to react immediately.
yeah.
Should have kept it like that.
No. Because if we started with people just dying, they would have been like, "What the shit," and then turn the game off.
Yes, because they haven't said that for the rest of this pack.
No, but for
doubt,
this-
is the one that breaks them.
They're
Yeah,
not
this-
digestive tract simulator
Well, again,
2021.
we had to take the difficult. We did have to put some considerations in mind because the map pack was harder than this.
Yeah.
Or security officer BQ, you know that.
We didn't actually change much about that map.
No.
I think that the one thing that there was this weird bug that was introduced by Wayland having issues with platforms.
Oh,
Ooh.
yeah.
And I think that was literally the only thing we changed.
I remember there was a weird bug when I was making
I think that's
it where
the
certain
only map-
platforms would untexture themselves.
I think that's the only
That
map
sounds
that we
plausible.
didn't have to go back and do significant review on. of yours.
Like I said,
well,
the
no,
thing-
digestion simulator would be the other one.
and
Well,
Skyfall.
that and not a fun scenario was pretty well received.
It was, but we still had to
had to
make some
fix a couple
changes
bugs.
because some of the tags weren't set properly. I don't know if that's you
Yeah.
or if it's just a Wayland thing,
No,
but like
because you were there watching me make it. It was a speed map, and it worked perfectly fine when I first did it.
yeah,
Yeah.
well, as we
It's
all
entirely
know,
possible.
things break.
Yes, and we don't entirely know why. But
Holy
I
shit.
I didn't know there was that one
Um,
weird bug with platform heights, and I don't know why that happened. But I do know that that's almost certainly what happened to Security Officer BQ, and that's why we had to fix it.
I'm honestly the most proud of Perfect Matred, though.
That's a hell of a
I should
level.
really
And-
have a flashing light warning on this stream.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every marathon.
No,
scenario should-
this
Dude,
map
this ain't a- this ain't a-
specifically.
Yeah.
This ain't a warning. This is a seizure watch. Like it's it's past the point of warning.
Well,
once
no,
you've
because
gotten
like
here.
even flashing
Epilepsy
light,
tests.
even if you don't have like a seizure, you can get like a massive headache from like just seeing a lot of
Yeah.
flashing lights repeatedly.
epilepsy watch.
Yeah, but again, Marathon is definitely not the best series to play if you have like something like that.
Yeah,
Most
although
games from back then were like that, though.
they didn't give a shit. Hell, there are games even now that like even now games are not
Cyberpunk.
necessarily.
At
Cyberpunk
least they
didn't even
put a warning in that.
after people complained about it, they didn't actually add it in originally. They had to add it
For
in
a
after
game-
the fact.
For a game of such scale, though, things will be oversighted. When they're trying to march to get the game out the fucking door for 8 years.
But still, like basic like accessibility things, like hey, this game might kill a
Yeah.
couple people. Like,
Yeah, it's kind of funny that like
Yeah, you
every
think
other game in the
those-
world has it, but Cyberpunk.
Yeah, you think that basic checkmark thing would be, easy to make sure you don't accidentally forget something. Have a oopsie
I mean,
doops.
you'd also think the game would be, completable when it came out,
Yeah.
but that wasn't the case.
The other
Um,
the thing, one thing about Marathon though is at least that Alpha 1 gives you the option to turn off the,
Yeah.
the visual effects, like the spit compiler bolts and so on.
Yeah.
So, like, I actually have a plugin for Infinity. I think that makes compiler bolts a little bit less obnoxious, while still keeping some sort of visual cue. Because I find that if I just disable those entirely, then it's I'm not gonna say unplayable, but like too much of the cue is gone. But if I have the vanilla flashing, it can get to be a bit much. So I just made something that just toned.
I
toned
think
that
on
down.
slower machines it wasn't as bad.
Yeah, probably not.
like
The other thing
68Ks?
is the other thing is that the OpenGLES branch does not have the flashing for the spit compiler bolts even correctly implemented at the moment. It just flashes the entire screen several different, like a solid color. So it's terrible and basically unusable. So because of that, I just because I was playing because I was playing this with OpenGLES at the time because I wanted the the dynamic lighting. I just made a script that fixed that.
Is that ever gonna get merged into the main?
I mean,
There's a whole bunch of shit they gotta fix first.
well,
Like,
especially
it is very,
considering
very
there's
F1 fixing shit?
considering there's more than one developer working on it at any given time at this point. Like, if it was still just Tree Llama with like Hopper and Lidmop occasionally chiming in,
Then it would probably.
And-
Now there's
Trajan's Row.
Kulfering.
Trajan's Row, yeah, Kulfering is the one that has really, I think, kickstarted the development back into actual.
Because
Well, I
during
mean,
COVID,
keep in
Tree
mind-
Llama did insane.
there
Yeah,
was
like,
there was a 5-year period between 1.2 and 1.3.
and then since
Yeah.
then there have been like they're up to almost 1.7 in like
We've
how
had
many years?
four minor releases, so to speak, between 2020 and now.
I think
Yeah.
I think each of those 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6
Marked a
I
major
think-
milestone in some areas.
I think each of those is major, yeah.
Which means we're going to head pretty soon if, you know, typical conventions are followed. We're gonna have 2.0 soon.
Well, we gotta call it Alpha 2 at that point.
I think
he left 2.
I think the basic joke is that when we get LS1 rewritten in Rust, then that'll be 2.0.
No, it has to be rewritten entirely in Lua.
No, we have
With
to
a Python
rewrite it in
backend.
Haskell.
I don't know if you could actually write it in
Rewrite it in Fortran.
The thing is,
we're
like,
just
you
gonna write
actually
it in
probably-
Ada.
The thing is,
Algol
you probably
68.
actually seriously could rewrite the entire
ASM.
thing in Rust. And it would be a lot less terrible to work on, honestly, because C++ is not a very pleasant language.
I mean, I grew up with it, so it's not horrible to me.
I think
Yeah,
C++
but, like-
is fucking terrible, but that's obviously just me. I like using C more, and hell, I like, if I had to choose between C++ and fucking Java, a language that
Oh,
I've
God.
been on record saying I hate with a passion, I'd rather use Java.
Java's
think,
so busted though. Like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but
It's
you can
been
do some,
bloated over the
at
years.
least from what I've seen in my line of work, you can do some really jank shit with it.
Sure, but
You can do jank shit with C++ too.
No, I
Yeah.
mean
You've seen
stuff,
what I did to Marathon?
No, but the thing is, Java runs in a virtual machine. C doesn't.
The one thing I will give Java credit for, and I think the reason that it caught on so widely, even though it was such a nightmare in certain respects, is that it made it really, really easy to write cross-platform software at a time when basically nothing else did.
Oh yeah, because
And-
I mean, to be fair, it was originally made for like web sites,
Yeah, it was absolutely hilarious.
and then people realized, hey, I could write desktop apps with this.
Yes.
what?
I'm doing courses on ethical hacking and cybersecurity, right?
Yeah.
So one of the things they cover is Java and its
Yeah.
many vulnerabilities
Oh yeah.
that from 2000 onwards have not been patched.
Oh god.
It's probably
Yeah.
too much. Like, there is obviously a reason they haven't patched it. Is it a good reason? Probably not. But there is probably a
it's-
technical reason as to why they can't patch
A
it.
lot of
because
it
would
is
probably break a bunch of
buffers.
shit.
A lot of it's buffers.
It's always fucking buffers. It's always fucking
Buffers, string compares.
That's a good.
One of the scary ones I
level name,
remember.
Always fucking buffers.
One of the
Oh
one of the
yeah,
scary
that's
ones I
a
remember
level name. It's always fucking buffers.
that I think was recently patched was actually in its memory manager.
Oh lord.
Oh,
Yeah,
wasn't it not doing allocation correctly at one point?
that, and you could use. You could kind of use some interesting strings in places that you shouldn't be putting them, like
Oh,
brute
Lord.
forcing them into certain addresses to
Yeah, that-
rewrite the entire heap.
Oh lord.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. That was patched a while ago though, like with the last few years.
Now, is that in Oracle's JDK or OpenJDK?
Both. I think
Okay.
Open patched it a long time before Oracle did it.
That also tracks.
Yeah.
That checks out. I would believe that entirely.
Now, there's also suspicion that it may have been not patched because it was used by NSA and things like that.
That would not surprise me.
Just like Eternal Blue for the
Mm.
longest time.
I don't know.
Why would they even need that shit? Like Intel's got that unauditable shit.
Yeah, you got the
AMD's
Minix
Yeah.
OS installed
fucking-
onto your processor.
Those gigabyte, and like every
Oh,
gigabyte
God.
motherboard had like that built-in backdoor up until like 2 months ago.
Yeah, that was funny. Because right when I bought my new motherboard, the tech was telling me, he's like, yeah, we're going to update the BIOS for you.
Also,
like,
please,
okay, well, I need it
please,
anyway.
please, people watching this stream, if you haven't updated your BIOS like since you got your computer, please do it. But please read the instructions so you don't break your
Yes,
system.
read the instructions, see what it fixes, and also look up what it breaks.
I've never had a BIOS
Because,
break
hold on.
No, I'm not saying
There's
like
a reason
it
I'm
break.
saying this. There's a reason I'm saying this. Specifically, it'll break compatibility in some cases with older generations of processors that were previously supported. It's fringe cases, usually like say B450 boards and X470 boards.
I feel like that's
those
more of
were
a
breaking.
security. It's a security obsolescence of certain processor support. Because like you can't
It's
keep
hard to
running
say.
on certain processors for so long.
Well, the thing is, it broke AMD's promise of long-term commitment. And it wasn't intentional, as it was only certain board manufacturers that were affected by it. And they were quick to usually patch that out when it was notified, unless you're bloody fucking MSI.
Like
But-
I'm kind of that's a weird territory. It's like how old of a processor is like?
Like, they're talking about specifically the AM4 socket.
Well, I'm
And,
on
like,
AM4 socket.
Yeah, so am I.
AM4
But they're
socket
talking-
is,
AM4's been around for like a decade.
Yeah.
and then we go to
But they're
Intel
talking about
land.
specifically, like, they terminated support for Ryzen 3 by accident. Like, it
Oh,
was
no,
an accidental
Ryzen-
failure.
Ryzen 3000 series.
Yeah, it was. It didn't last long, but it did happen.
Oh yeah, because
I
we
think
were
it was
both. I think we were both
specifically
on the.
MSI.
I think we were both on the 3700.
I was
Mistakes
yeah, I
were
was on
made.
the 3700X.
Well, no, you had the
now I'm
Asus
on-
because I got the exact same setup that you did, except for the
No.
case.
I had the MSI B450 Pro.
Mm.
I was going to get an Asus board, but they were all out of stock.
Oh no, I remember. Chance had to get the Asus.
Chance, yeah.
I'm still
That
on
whole
48
thing.
gigs of RAM, by the way.
That's a number.
Well, it's
It
well.
is.
To be fair, RAM is still kind of expensive.
No, RAM's the cheapest it's ever been right now.
Yeah, it's actually really down.
Well, it also
But that's
depends on
why
like.
I was able to get 32 gigs of glow stick RAM for
It
like,
also depends on the type of RAM that
$100.
you have to buy. God forbid you have to buy RAM for a computer that's more than 10 years old. Because as I found out with me having to buy RAM for the fucking Amiga,
yeah, that's always
8
gonna be
megabytes
expensive.
of RAM cost me $50.
Oh,
Yeah,
Lord.
that's gonna be expensive, no matter how you do it.
Well, yeah, because
Um,
someone's got to take care of it, right? You
Yeah.
can't just like
They don't manufacture
I've been
that shit
taking
the
care
way
of
they
this RAM
used
for
to.
20 years, you know.
I also bought a used expansion board.
But
because
again, there's also the reseller market, which they're kind of shitty,
on that
and they
note,
infest everywhere.
I don't know.
Um,
I've not been burnt by the Amiga. Used
They're gonna
market
come
yet.
there eventually as the hype is building up again.
Amiga hype.
Amiga
it's
hype.
Bro, you
Uh,
guys
building up
created
around-
this shit
Hold
on
on,
an
hold on.
Amiga.
Speaking of
Like,
Amiga hype,
specifically what's happening is a lot of like influencers in the retro computer space are picking up on Amiga hype right now. So that's
where
gonna
the
drive
fuck
that
are you
market.
getting that from? Because I've not seen a lot of
I've
Amiga
never
hype.
heard of like a retro influencer.
There are.
Like,
There's
okay,
guys like 8-Bit Guy and stuff, but like
okay,
I'm
yeah,
also in
I've-
a lot of fringe communities.
I've
So-
stopped watching 8-Bit Guy after he
Yeah.
completely intentionally destroyed a power supply on an IBM PS2. I miss me with that fucking shit.
Like
Like I can't
was I
watch a
saying? But
YouTuber
it's
that's
people like
intentionally
him.
destroying hardware.
it's not specifically him; it's people like him.
Well,
but,
yeah, but
like-
like that's still a niche market though, because like
Oh, yeah.
more people are gonna be caring about like
DOS.
no, not even DOS. They're gonna be caring about the retro consoles more than the retro computers. Like the retro
Dude, I've seen the
computing.
resellers ravage DOS right now. Like it's pretty bad.
I've not, and I've been actively searching eBay for like the last month.
Yeah.
Like I
eBay
don't know where
Canada's
you're pulling.
gotten absolutely fucking destroyed by this
To be
shit.
fair, it is eBay
Um,
Canada. I
yeah,
have seen eBay Canada
resellers
prices.
are wrecking everything right now in this area.
Well, that's just mostly people just scalping,
Yeah.
not
Well, they're
realizing
resellers.
that.
That's what they're doing. But
Well, no, like I've bought stuff from
Ow.
resellers. There's a difference between a reseller and a scalper. What you're probably seeing is the scalping, but like I've bought stuff from like resellers. It's just you gotta make sure who you're buying it from is like reputable.
well, yeah.
That's the
But
key
it's,
point.
no,
If-
it's not gonna be as bad as the retro game community right now. Ooh.
Oh God.
I mean, even
Thankfully,
then,
that
like
is
the
tapering.
retro like
But
console
WADA
stuff.
did a lot of damage.
The
for a
retro
while.
console stuff isn't even that bad either, because I bought a fucking Famicom for less than like
See,
like 100.
you've had good experiences. The stuff I look for are very fringe things. And
Dagger
let's
got
just
checked.
say companies like WADA and Heritage have completely destroyed that. Like, that entire market is completely savaged right now. Because WADA and Heritage did that lovely scam for so many years where the prices got hiked. And now we're dealing with the fallout of that.
Hell, you could probably buy some decent retro computing stuff on fucking Etsy. Actually, no, you can. No joke. You can buy retro computing stuff on Etsy.
Yeah.
I was literally debating until I read that, until I saw which specific thing it was for. Going to buy an Epix an Epix 500 XJ. And then I noticed it was for the Genesis, and I was like, nah, fam, I'm fine. Let's look on Etsy right now.
Like, you gotta be a bit careful. Like, if you want authentic
Also,
stuff, it's gonna run you a lot.
22 minutes. Also, I want to point out, Obsidian, I bought an Amiga 500 and an Amiga 1200 recently. And I was able to get both for under 1,000.
See, that's a good deal. You found a good one.
That's an amazing good deal. I got the Amiga 500 for under 300. That is, like, ludicrously good deal.
Where I'm at, that shit just don't exist. So I've got to pay the absorbent fees.
I don't know. Hold on.
My specific area is not very good.
Well, I just go like the well-known websites because like
the shipping cost here is fucking absurd.
No
matter what it is, electronics or not, it's like no matter where I'm ordering from, the post services here are absolutely ass.
There's a big collection of an Amiga 500 that comes with a bunch of floppies, the system itself in really decent condition, and a whole bunch of manuals, and the original power supply, and the mouse for 1,000. Now, I think that's an okay deal because you're getting a whole bunch of software for it, the original power supply, and a whole bunch of documentation.
But the stuff I'm looking for is like Sega Saturn and shit like that.
Sega Saturn, well, it might be pretty rare in Canada. I don't know.
It is. It was by default.
I didn't think
so I knew that going into it that it was going to be a costly endeavor.
Yeah, that's fair then.
Police knots for less than 100? Holy shit.
Yeah, that's probably a repro.
No. Actual original game.
Trust me.
No, it's the original game. Listen.
You gotta be careful with this shit. Because
Obsidian?
I got burned by a Snatcher repro
Obsidian, keep in mind, I also have to buy retro stuff as well. I know a repro when I see one.
Like, again, I got burned by one that looks so fucking authentic in the pictures, and then it shows
That's why you gotta look at the... Here's how you can actually tell. Sometimes, if you squint really carefully at the bottom of the case, if it's like a Japanese title that's never been translated before, on this police knot, no, you'll see the words English translation and all original material.
Yep.
Also the Sega seal of quality is not the right color.
There's a few ways, but
because the Sega
jeweler's loop to like figure this shit out.
You still gotta be careful
because
the Sega original seal is.
You still gotta be careful because they do try and pass that shit off pretty effectively.
You can
with,
actually
like, camera angles and shit.
You can actually file a complaint if they're selling it as an actual copy and they give you a repro. You can actually charge back on that because that's fraud at that point.
Yeah,
I did that and got my money back really quickly, but the problem is the retro market is.
There's so many scammers.
Like, for lack of better words, depending on what you're looking for right now, you're gonna have an okay time.
This Panzer Dragoon.
If you're looking for a lot of things complete in box, you're likely to see the reselling bullcrap, where people have bought up a bunch and they're basically scalping it.
What's funny is this Panzer Dragoon Saga, I think, is actually legit because it's got that like shmoo that builds up in the cases if they've been sitting for a bit.
The shmoo?
Yeah, a little bit of shmoo at the bottom left. like dirt accumulation, dust accumulation. It's definitely been sitting there for a bit. I call that shmoo. It's probably not what that is.
I think
Usually
shmoo
it's
is
just dead
just
skin and
made up
stuff.
word. Like,
No,
I've never heard that
people,
before.
oh, Sega Saturn preloaded 256 gig SD card, so they've modified it.
That's
to...
modded, yeah, that's fine.
That one is
like
75.
90% of my consoles are modded, but I did that myself.
Yeah, that's a $75 model right there.
Yeah.
Ships from the UK, so it's already gonna you're already gonna pay a premium for shipping because of customs.
Yeah. Like if you're looking for local in my area, you're gonna get fucked.
Yeah,
There's no real way on that.
my advice for you is, even though you have to buy more stuff for it, buy a PAL console.
Yeah.
Because
I already have all my stuff for that, obviously.
yeah, I mean, I can send you this link to this Etsy thing if you want.
We'll see. Like right now, I'm not really looking for the market, but like a few months ago, ooh. However, I did score some pretty cool things. Brand new. Because I managed to score a Mega SG and a Super NT over the last couple of years. Those are very worth it.
You know what's funny? I've bought every console that my Retron 3 used, and I have no point in ever using one Retron ever again. Because like I got
Retrons
the Famicom.
Also aren't that great.
They're not great, and there's also games you can't play on them.
Yeah.
Which I unironically own every game that requires an actual console. But like the Famicom, like I have an NES for regular NES games. I have the Famicom. I have the SNES that can play both regular NTSC titles and then the Super Famicom titles. If I wanted to play a PAL exclusive game, obviously I have to buy a PAL SNES. There are a few games in that area. Cannon Fodder for the SNES requires me to actually buy a PAL SNES because it was only released exclusively in Europe. Also, it's one of the few games that uses the SNES mouse.
Wasn't there only like a hardware thing, or like
for
a cartridge
NTS,
shell thing for that?
For NTSC
or am I thinking
and
the N64?
For NTSC-U and NTSC-J.
Yeah.
For the SNES, it's just two nubs in the thing. You just like whittle those down, and then you could put Super Famicom cartridges in. Now for the N64, it's the back of the cartridges.
Yeah, that's what I'm remembering.
But you can just swap it out with another one, and it'll work.
Or you can also just get an EverDrive. That works too.
Yeah, but you can't do like a GDQ run with an EverDrive.
No.
It's gonna be very weird with like me submitting runs for GDQ because like the hard drive in the 1200 was not working right. I'm not spending $75 on a floppy drive, right? I'm not spending $75 on a floppy drive that's just gonna fail on me. The Gotek emulators are pretty accurate in terms of read speeds, I found out. So like you get an IPF, right? You get the right boot firmware. You just have like the original floppy image that just gets read off like a USB at the correct read rate because they only put like 64 kilobytes of RAM in the floppy emulator.
Yeah, they're smart.
Yeah. But I at least with the Amiga, I also had the option to WHD load, which is what the A500 Mini uses, so I can probably get away with just using WHD load for my submissions. They're like, well, the A500 Mini uses this, so I can use it as well. I just want to minimize points of failure, you know.
Yeah. Especially with, you know, stuff that finicky, like as finicky as old hardware.
It's also a 30-year-old computer.
That too. That's what I mean. Like it's 30 years old.
The next thing I have to do on this thing is replace the capacitors.
The interesting thing that I noticed about like modding consoles and stuff was how fucking annoying the 360 was to do.
Yeah. Well, you had the JTAG it, I think.
Until RGH3 became a thing a year or two ago.
I've actually had
JTAG was patched.
You know, I've had no desire to actually mod my 360.
And then there was the reset glitch, which is the interesting way of doing it, where it basically resets the CPU at boot at a specific timing, so the hypervisor doesn't engage until it's loaded its payload. That is some real out-of-the-box thinking.
Just they noticed 12.5 minutes till intermission.
Yeah.
But now you don't even need a chip to do RGH3 anymore. Now it's 2 wires and a fucking resistor.
Do you have to solder anything?
Yes. Yes.
Well, see, there's still that.
Yeah, but it used to be like a lot more complicated. Now it's pretty simple.
Have I told you about my adventures of trying to get a NES controller to work with an Amiga, and then I realized how I was doing it was a fucking failure from just the onset, and I lost 2 NES controllers because of it. Turns out the Sega Genesis pinout is not the same as the Atari. If you were to use a Sega cable with that pinout that it has, you have the potential of frying the Amiga's like joystick ports with dual 5-volt power, because you know the Genesis the NES had a multiplexer.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. And even if you like take the multiplexer out and you just like solder it directly to the board, still has a chance of shorting it out.
Yeah.
As an aside, I absolutely hate how we spell and or pronounce the word solder. Like,
Solder?
it's not... Yeah, exactly. That's how it should be pronounced, if it's spelled that way.
It's a dialect thing. Like,
Yeah.
it's tomato,
Yeah,
tomato, solder, solder.
The Brits don't say it that way, and they're actually correct not to say it. Because they're actually saying it the way it's spelled.
I feel like this is also getting into the GIF and GIF thing.
Yeah.
Like,
No, it's like, who cares how the guy said it? It stands for graphical user interface. Or
But
graphical...
then do you say JPEG? Because that's you know, that's like if you're, you know, what is it? Something photo exchange format. So if it's, you know, you say GIF because it starts with a hard G, then you have to say JPEG because it starts with a PH. It's pronounced, you know, with an F. So let's be consistent.
consistency in Burgerland, get out of here.
It's still GIF because it starts with a G, primarily.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of words that start with a, you know, that are pronounced ginger.
What if God came down and said it's pronounced Jod?
You know. Does God have some identification?
That's if God was made of denim, it would be Jod.
I don't think this level's beatable.
No, it is.
It is. It's just really, really hard.
It's 100% beatable. We have 2 people in this chat that have beat this level. It is possible.
It's very
There is
hard.
a video of me beating it, and I was the first person to beat it.
Well, other than Cassis, I think.
I don't think. Well, there's no video of Cassis doing it.
I think you're the first person that has video of them beating it. Yeah.
That's all that matters.
True.
Right.
Vidzer didn't happen.
I don't understand how you're supposed to get a pendulum motion, because the second you like...
I don't think a pendulum motion is the correct term. I think it's
you
more
want to do
like
a certain circle.
It's more like
width.
you gotta get a groove going with like how you're going around things.
But it's like
it might
almost
be more
impossible
accurate.
because
It might be more accurate to call it like a figure
I think the
eight or something.
Yeah, is a figure 8 but squiggly.
Yeah.
a squiggle 8.
A
Something
squiggle
like
8.
that.
Think of it like child's first sideways 8.
Well, I will say this: we are coming up to the intermission for this session, so you will get a bit of time to like think over, like how to tackle this.
And if there are videos of this online. There is no specific rule against going and looking those up. If you
No, but
Sounds like cheating to me.
Chunks is wanting to do this blind.
yeah, that's fair.
Which I mean, that's
Yeah,
that's a
Aaron,
more
stop giving
commendable
him hints.
effort. Like you're doing no research into this. Like you're
Yeah.
just going headfirst into it. Like
Yeah, I mean, it's commendable. I mean, just
which that,
Like
I think
most
that'll.
people playing
I-
it.
Stupid is the word you're looking for.
Well, no, I think a lot of people they're gonna see difficulty, be like, "Is there a video for this?" No, okay, I'll give up. Oh, did the AI crap out for a second? No. They're all like just standing still.
Yeah, it's sometimes do that. It's weird. Like if they can't get out, then they'll just kind of do nothing for a moment. It's weird. I will say, even though I've beaten this level twice now, I still don't really understand why those 2 times were successful completions and all of the other times were not. Other than that, I was just where the bolts weren't.
God, I really made a fucking bop.
Yeah, this track absolutely slaps.
I unironically will listen to this while I'm in the shower, except it's like the rearrangement version because I don't want to blow out my speaker.
Yeah, I like the rearrangement even more. The rearrangement was what I actually had playing when I finally beat the level.
Funny anecdote. We should hide a remix of Don't Copy That Floppy in Hellpak Volume 2.
No, unless it's like a remix of it.
That's why I just said a remix.
Don't
Yes,
remix
yeah.
that floppy.
You wouldn't remix Floppy. I mean,
Don't
I feel like
floppy
that would
copy.
be a good experiment with someone taking like a tracker, like a traditional tracker that only had like 4 channels and like doing something with it.
You wouldn't download a car.
I totally
I
would.
mean, and now.
I'm gonna download a Bitcoin and sell it for $1 million.
You think if you were to like travel back into the past and while someone's in a theater and they see that and you just lean over to them and just whisper, "Yeah, you can."
You wouldn't download your grandma.
You wouldn't download a dog.
You know, just think about
Right.
the world we're heading towards, right?
5 minutes to go.
Eventually you're gonna go to a funeral and they're like, "Would you like to download a copy of their ashes?" Like what?
Oh, Lord.
Just like download your grandma's avatar. It's just
What are
like,
you
it's
doing?
like those
Oh, just
bonsai buddy
downloading
things
grand-
you can
Just
Buy,
downloading
have-
grandma.
buy
Fucking grandma
buy the fungi token for your dead grandmother.
Did grandma amiibos.
That's going in the level names folder.
Nintendo's in the wrong career right now. Just
Was
saying.
it Dead Grandma?
Yeah, you just gotta make
Amiibos?
amiibos of your loved ones.
Your dog died when you were 8. They said he went to the farm. We'll have a farm amiibo. Daddy
Your-
went to go get
Stream
milk
got
and
really-
never came back.
Dog's
Have a
farm.
dad amiibo.
This stream got really dark really quick.
I mean, this is us we're talking about. We
Yeah.
tend to do
Yeah,
that.
the thing
We
is,
don't have filters.
it was
It's
fairly like tame up until that point.
mean-
This is how our discussions always go, though.
Yeah, they just.
I mean,
out of nowhere, they
these
get huge
discussions
and-
do inevitably lead to maps being made. I will point that out
Yes.
though.
Hellpak came because of
Us
a
sitting
lot
in
of
a
really weird
Discord,
discussions.
us sitting in a Discord during the pandemic, being like, "Wouldn't it be funny if?"
I thought we started conceptualizing it before the pandemic, but we
Well-
never really did anything with it.
We were looking at Kill by Them All,
Yeah.
but it didn't really officially kick in until like the pandemic started.
And then one day I'm sitting there with, what was it? Wayland, like, check this out! The infamous phrase. And in comes security officer BQ. and thus it all took off.
Well, I think that you started mapping that while I was going through, because I don't even think I was done.
I'm back.
Because it was at one level. I think it's the second level in Killed by Them All. The one with the fucking giant floor that if you walk halfway through it,
Oh yeah.
just drops fucking rockets and kills you. And we found out you could like jump around it,
There was a cheese to it.
Yeah.
which
Found
work
the
took
cheese.
into account.
Of course he did.
And that's the thing. I was like, well, what if we made these maps but they were beatable?
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I think Works Killed by Them All is the key influence on
Is
this.
our key influence,
Yeah.
yeah.
At least in the
probably the
marathon
biggest.
side.
It's probably the biggest influence. Because I'm at least familiar with that. I'm not really. I'm most like I've seen videos of. Well, I've only seen videos of like small parts of Noye and experiencing Nirvana.
Noye is my jam. Experiencing Nirvana has that one map that just you start it and it just your frame rate just turns negative.
That turns negative.
You're giving
You're
it
rendering
frames. It's
future
not.
frames.
No, you're giving it frames per second in your life.
So
Oh, man.
why does that sound?
What was
familiar to
it?
me?
I'm
Playing
trying to
you.
remember what led to me making that map, because I remember there was an odd discussion, as there tended to be.
90 seconds.
It was
well,
it was
80
me,
seconds.
you, and Aaron. And Aaron was talking about something semi-serious,
As
because
well
I think we were
as-
discussing like
He's-
one of the scenarios you were working on.
probably.
And I was talking about that really cool map idea I had way back for W made about try again and all that.
Yeah.
All right.
And then somehow
1
my
minute.
brain went complete autism, and I went straight into security officer BQ.
All right.
Like,
45.
and I'm allowed to say that because I'm autistic.
Yeah.
So
Ah,
I gotta preface
Is that
that.
how that works? It's like the N-word? You just be like, no.
Whoa.
It's
I'm a
great.
quarter black.
I admire your enthusiasm, but
Matrix, I'm. Do not. $15. Well, 16. But you know what I mean.
Noodles.
it up and that up.
God damn it.
I had to do it.
All right. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Hands off.
Oh.
Hands off. Okay.
Yeah.
We are.
We'll
We're
be back in
stopping.
15-ish.
Yeah, we're stopping for this. It's at 2 hours exactly. But in the meantime, we're going to be taking a 15-minute intermission. And, don't you fucking use that Discord notification noise, Obsidian. We're gonna take a 15-minute intermission. Get up. Please get up. Get something to eat. Use the restroom. We have 2 more hours in this live stream after we get back.
Yeah.
And, I'm gonna disable soundboard on the Discord.
The right call there.
Oh shit!
I see you're a man of culture.
Okay, that was
Okay.
not what actually happened.
We'll be back. All right. Hello, everyone. At least on my end. Is everyone ready for part 2 of this this dungeon session? May not have been a lot in terms of levels. We've only gone like 3 full levels in, and we're on the 4th one today. But this is still some serious progression on this map pack. We've still got one more episode after this. So, yeah, we're literally heading into the home stretch after this. But the home stretch is the hardest stretch. But before we get to that, just a few notes for the live stream. Number 1, hand. 1. This Friday stream will probably be Amiga related. I'm getting the 8 megabyte expansion. We're gonna be taking a look at some games then. Saturday, no stream, cause Fort Boyard. Sunday, since I will not be streaming, obviously next Thursday, or next Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, I'm gonna do a Sunday, try to do a Sunday stream this coming up, and then maybe a Wednesday stream, just to make up for the fact that I'm gonna be gone for like 4 days. But you also get the marathon speedruns on Monday, so it's a packed week, but at the same time it's not packed. And then I think that was mainly it. So yeah, let's head back over to the dungeons scene, and we're gonna continue where we left off. Oh my god, there's a giant Discord thing. Alright. Audio sounds like it's still active. I'm gonna just set the time to 120 minutes on the clock. Ba-bam. I'm gonna get this fucking wall of text here. Thanks, Discord. And then you can continue your save whenever you're ready. Just count me down.
Alright. On my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark.
Good luck.
Alright, here we go.
Oh god, I forgot to change my mouse DPI.
Oh no.
It's okay, I've got on-the-fly DPI changing.
Hell yeah. Actually, it's, like last couple of streams I'm not using the Razer mouse that I had. I'm having to use a, Logitech G203. I got it for $5 on clearance at Walmart. It normally went for like 30. So they were just trying to get this shit out. I bought 2 of them.
I have a Walmart mouse.
I wish I could use this mouse for the Amiga, but I have to use an older Logitech mouse for that one. That model is, it literally just says optical mouse on the bottom. But it's nice that I can use an optical mouse on the Amiga.
The Microsoft IntelliMouse Model 3, or version 3, that was like one of the best mice ever built. I think they brought it back like a few years ago, and now it's a thing again.
That is actually one of the few mice that the Amiga supports for the optical and whatnot.
I liked the Logitech G502 for a while too, but
that's the one that people always rave about in Discord.
They started fucking it up. It's a great like workstation mouse, not so much for gaming. It's very
Would you say
heavy
it's kind of like how Sennheiser is kind of modified their 600 series headphones a bit? Like they're not
with the 600 modifications.
Yeah, I've heard
like 599s.
I have a pair of HD 100s. I don't have the. I mean, I could probably buy a 600, but I also need to save up some money.
I was actually looking to upgrade from this 599 to a 560 just because it's got better imaging for games.
I might get a brand new pair of the ATX 45s because I have a pair of I bought a used pair of those. The Audio Technicas.
Why not the 50s?
It was just 45s are easier to find used. The only thing I have to do with those is replace the earmuffs. Because it's starting to do the pleather stuff that's on it. It's degrading.
Oh, I hate that.
It's so annoying.
Ironically, there was a Linus Tech Tips video that actually had like a decent pair of head cups for it.
Yeah, they just had one of their like gamer gear or just gear.
Yeah, the Handy Tech
things.
videos.
They had all, yeah, exactly, yeah.
The one thing that's worse. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, like, Those are some nifty little hiccups. I am gonna buy some in the near future, and I will actually update people on this stream, and maybe on the next hellpak stream for the chunks viewers. How I thought about them.
The one thing that's worse than the plastic stuff or foam stuff being messed up is with a pair of headphones that does not have a detachable cable when the cable gets screwed up. To the point where I will no longer buy headphones that do not have detachable cables unless they are just wireless.
You'll love the ATX 45s because they are detachable.
Yeah, I mean that is like if I'm gonna spend more than like $15 on a pair of headphones, it has to have a detachable cable. It's non-negotiable.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, the only exception is if it's if it's wireless.
Oh, it's not the 45s, it's the 40. Even then, you can get a decent replacement one. I'm not getting the ones that Audio Technica explicitly sell.
I've heard the Sennheiser 600XX, or maybe it's 60XX? No, it's 6XX, I think. Like the mass drop ones, I've heard those are pretty great and a really good value.
I have a pair of HG 598s, I think. Let me double check. I'm wearing them right now. That I've been quite happy with.
Oh yeah, like I've recommended. I started with the 598s. It's $599 now. Exact same thing though.
Yeah,
but I've recommended them to like everybody who will listen. They're so fucking comfortable.
They really are, and they sound fantastic. Yeah,
it's the best like pair of headphones you can get that doesn't require an DAC or amp.
These DACs that I'm wearing, not DACs, IEMs that I'm wearing are pretty cool.
No, these are absolutely phenomenal headphones.
Yeah, I love them. Like I said, I just need to. I was thinking about going for the 560s, just because they have slightly better imaging.
Yeah, that does seem like it would be a plus for gaming.
I gotta get my. Where's my tablet? It's on the floor. I got my tablet from upstairs during the break. Yeah, I can actually get the Wicked cushions, which is the ones that they mentioned in the video. $23.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's a pretty good deal.
Although I do want some that are a little bit more thicker in terms of like the distance.
So
I had to replace my cable, like the locking cable that connects to the base of the headphone. There, it was shorting out. I had to replace it. I was looking for like a decent replacement. I couldn't find an actual upgrade for it, and the ones that Sennheiser sells, it's $35 for like a 4-foot, like 3.5 cable.
How many feet?
4 feet.
4 feet.
4 feet. Yeah.
Oh
ridiculous.
my god. So, one thing I will say, and I don't know how, like, if this will make sense, but the thing that I might not have really explained clearly in the terminal, that maybe I should have, is that you kind of need to use. You see how the staircase just kind of juts out in places?
Yep. I've been trying to like launch off that and kind of like spin midair, but the problem is I land or get hit in midair and it launches me up, and then I'm just floating there getting annihilated.
Yeah, the thing is, like, you kind of want to go on the inside so that, like, it'll block, so that the shots will hit the edges. Like,
I've been trying, but again, it's very
hard.
easy to just like get floated off into nothing, or.
Yeah, if you get hit by one of those, then it's pretty much over. That's the problem. But also, like, it's also just really easy to get out of the groove by mistake. You have to curve at the right time, and
like shooting fucks up your momentum, and
it's very, very finicky. I've played it probably definitely hundreds, probably thousands of times, and I've only ever gotten 2 successful completions. So.
It surprisingly didn't take me too super long to get a completion on this.
Yeah, but bear in mind, I was playing keyboard only too.
Oh
so.
yeah, that is definitely the thing to keep in mind. I don't know. I was pretty quick to pick. What I'm saying for me was I was at least able to pick up as the what would probably work.
Yeah.
Still had to beat
Yeah,
it, but
yeah.
I think the rearrangement of this improves on this version of this track, just with the fact that some of the interplay that I was originally wanting in this is more noticeable.
Yeah.
I
just think
the electric piano on the rearrangement is, I think, what really enhances it tenfold.
the instrument quality just in general. Like, I like chiptune and all, but hearing stuff that's recognizable is actual instruments, even if it's synthesized. Like, there's...
But it also helps that, like, I was able to figure out how to... Because you have to keep in mind, I was limited to, what? 4 channels and a noise channel.
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
it's
exactly.
2 waves, a square waves, a triangle, a noise channel, and a sample a PCM channel, which I didn't use.
Okay. So, yeah. Basically, very, very little.
And technically, with, like, same old shit for Volume 2, I used 2 chip emulations for that. Because you definitely couldn't do that with just, you know, one Game Boy channel.
Famicom.
No, that's
yeah,
Game
that's
Boy.
Right. That's right, that's a Game Boy. Yeah, that shit slaps.
And the Amiga stuff, I'm limited to 4 channels, and that's all samples. Although I think I can technically do square waves. Or sine waves with it. I have to double check. I think it depends on the tracking software. I'm using Pro Tracker for it. Latest version of Pro Tracker, but yeah.
Have you ever tried Let's Make Music Studio?
Oh, LMMS? Me,
Yeah.
no. I am solely Tracker. I've tried using LMMS and I just couldn't. It's like me using GarageBand. I can't wrap my head around it as well. Now that does mean I can't. It does mean I can't fucking do audio mastering, or audio mixing well, because you know you can only do what your audio volume management and whatnot is by, you know, fixed numbers with tracker music. I did use MuseScore though at one point, which isn't.
I need to try it. I need to try MuseScore one of these days. Everyone keeps raving about it.
But the only reason I use MuseScore is because I can actually read sheet music. So, because I was trained classic. Oh, I wasn't say trained classically. I was in classic band for like 6 years.
Oh, I have classical training.
Trombone, first chair.
I was trumpet.
I was actually, I was actually in honors band for like, I think 3 years. Apparently, my dad still has my trombone. That thing's probably rusted away though, so.
Trumpet was a family trumpet, and I recently just gave it back to the family.
Yeah, I want to buy a I want to buy a new trombone or like a violin. I really want to learn like actual like instruments that are not fucking brass.
Brass is loud.
Brass is very loud.
I'm
but
over here practicing my trumpet. I had to fucking port the actual part to the fucking bed so it would shut up.
You didn't have a mute?
The mute was broken.
Your mute was broken? How the fuck do you break a mute?
It was plastic.
Oh, it's again, my question stands. How the fuck do you break a plastic mute? That thing's like one piece. Did you like fall on it?
It was like that when I got it. Someone before me broke it.
wasn't me. It was the one-armed man.
The Fugitive Jazz Band Edition. They got these like nice thick ear cuffs or ear cups for headphones, but they're for the fucking Beats.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Aren't you playing
Beats
Beat?
by Dre.
I don't even think they call them Beats by Dre anymore. I think they're just called Beats
they
since
don't.
Apple bought them.
They don't call him Dre. I mean, they say Dre is dead and locked up in Eminem's basement.
Where the fuck did you... What?
Do they?
Did they
my
say
God.
that?
This is literally the
Wasn't
first
that-
time
wasn't-
I've heard this sentence.
Yeah, I have never
It's
heard
an
of
Wasn't
that.
that-
Eminem reference.
Okay.
It was an Eminem song.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I guess people did forget about Dre, because, like, what's he done lately?
Right.
Yeah, he's it's been
I
a
think
while.
he's just
since
silently retired at this point.
He made enough
You
off
know.
his, like, vitamin water and Beats headphones.
And his
yeah,
fucking
dude's got
legacy,
more
his
money.
record label.
Dude's got more money than God, probably.
Wait, was that Dre that did the vitamin water shit?
I think so.
We will find out. Apparently, after Apple bought them out, they were an employee of Apple as an executive.
That's awesome.
I don't see anything about vitamin water. I do see something about Coors Light and Dr. Pepper. Specifically.
Dr. Dre's Dr. Pepper?
Dr. Dre Pepper, I think that's his full name, right?
Dre-Pepper.
Alright,
I mean, Dre's his first name, Pepper's his last, right? It only stands to reason.
Pepper by Dre.
That's what the gangsters had to deal with, being peppered by Dre. Don't make him get the shaker.
So anyway,
I'm working on a map right now.
alright, you know, I could be working on a map I gotta adjudicate.
Doing anything else except watching this shit.
I mean, hold on. I could check another Discord, but oh no, I can. It's on the right window. Okay, good. We could have like a meeting after this, just a catch up on
I
things.
gotta go to bed soon, unfortunately, because work.
Okay.
Work.
I hate it.
We could probably do
And what
one
do we-
Saturday, but it'll have to be like really late.
Saturday seems more doable, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, but the earliest it's going to be for me is after like 10.
That's fine. 10, you're saying that as if that's late by my standards. We all know I don't have a sleep schedule to speak of.
I will say one thing about these attempts. They're very tense.
Yeah, it's a very tense level. I'm not gonna say it's impossible for this level to have boring footage, because I'm sure it's possible. But if
it took the whole 2 hours, maybe.
Anyone who's good at the game, like watching anyone who's good at the game play this level, is gonna be tense.
There's just too many of them.
There are an awful lot of them. I'm curious why
we're not toning that down.
Well, no, I think we're past the point of like making any major changes.
Yeah, I think like the only reason we would change something difficulty-wise at this point, I think, is if it was just outright broken.
Yeah. And we're really firmly in Volume 2 territory at this point in terms of development.
Yeah. Though there's been a lot more music than
Well, the thing about the music is like maybe me and Matrix, like once you get a good line, like rhythm line down, you can just basically do like variations off of it. Like it's not hard to like write the music. It's just figuring out where to go after that.
Well, the rhythm isn't the hard part for me. I think it's just like, well, getting.
Well, you get like for me though, my music is really rhythm based more than anything else.
For me, it's writing the melody, like not even the melody, but like the chord progressions. Like getting a chord progression that I liked enough to want to work with it more is tricky. Although sometimes I'll just write the melody first and then come up with a chord progression for it. It varies.
For a second though, I thought I looked at my stream deck and thought my mic was off.
Oh lord. How would I have been talking to you?
No, stream.
Oh.
Those are two separate mics.
Gotcha.
Well, they're the same mic, but yeah, OBS has the mute button.
Alright.
Hmm.
Yeah. Sure do be like that sometimes.
It sure do be like that.
I don't think it'd be like that, but it do.
Hey. But yeah, this map is definitely trial and error with like strategies. Holy shit!
Anyway, guys,
Yeah.
I gotta get off.
Alright, have a good night. Yeah, this level took me a really long time before I even felt like I was close to getting it.
I've gotten it down to like a dozen or less of them a couple times.
Yeah. Yeah, once you get there to, like, once you do it more than a few times, you're getting closer, but it still takes a while. Like, I think there was one that I had Like, I think I got to like 7 once. And
I
I
think-
got to like 2.
I think
And
I
then
can
I
only
got-
say that a good strategy is never stop moving. As in, like, if
Yeah.
you like,
Well, I think you can go down to the bottom, and wait for the first set of
I'm going to look up exactly how I did it.
yeah. I should.
I'm like I'm never stopping moving. It's just I get jammed in the corner or momentum just
Yeah.
like brings me
Yeah,
to
the
random
problem
hole.
is if you get hit by one of them, you're pretty much screwed. Because they have such a huge knockback. But I think you can, if you go to the very bottom and just wait for the first volley of projectiles to come, I think that's acceptable. That's the one time where you can basically just stop moving. But other than that, you really should not be. You should always be moving, pretty much. Other than that.
There's only like certain parts where you can even fire from to get into the main line.
Yeah,
And
that's
waiting
the other
waiting
part.
for them to like trickle out of that one exit they've got.
The other
feels
thing that I
slow.
think I wound up doing, if I remember right, is I think what I did was I went forward first and like shot as many of them with grenades as I could in a very short time, and then went all the way to the back.
Okay,
I
I will
was
at
trying
least
that
tell
too,
you
just like
how
to
you're
start
doing it
using
is exactly how I did it.
Yeah,
There's some slight
just-
deviation from how I did it, but it's more or less the exact same.
It's very finicky. Like, even if you have the right strategy, it might take a while.
I forgot
Yeah.
I worded it as a level where its architecture works for and against your favor.
Yeah, it really is.
Just hitting that bottom after you've been hit is so punishing.
Yeah, it
That,
really
like,
is.
the bottom floor. I wish that
Yeah.
there was like some stairs that curved up a little bit so I could at least like, you know, get up and have something that feels like I got nothing to cling on to down here.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
You think 777 on YouTube looked at the description after you told them?
I don't know.
Their comment was, "What is this? It looks disorienting."
I don't
You
know.
told them,
Yeah, oh, you mean it? Oh, yeah.
read
you mean
the
in my
description.
In my video? Yeah. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know. They probably did. I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they did, but who knows? I mean, it is intentionally disorienting.
God, imagine if this was like the only level you got finished. You finished just like right at the end, and then you had to go into the next session fresh on episode 4. Oh, that would be hell.
That would be an interesting change of pace. Let's just say that.
It would be, considering some of the levels in it.
I mean, it doesn't feel like I'm making like huge progress in this level.
You
doesn't
are.
until
It's
you
not
get-
evident, but you're definitely making better
You're-
progress than I would expect.
This is a ruthless level, and like a
It
lot
is,
of it
it
is
is a
really just
harbinger, like just like Perfect Matred and Security, and then what is it, Bob Overcooked? This is a harbinger of what's to come.
yeah, and like there are some mechanics here that like you're getting the hang of, like that you've probably basically never used before, and that like you're learning them even if it's not apparent. Like
Oh, it's chugging on the Discord feed. Oh,
Oh, is it?
it's not your fault. It is literally not your fault. Again, Discord really doesn't like doing shit like this.
it's Discord being Discord.
Oh god.
All I will say is, you may want to look into how to stop the hang there once you get to the bottom.
Yeah.
Don't get shot.
Well, no, you can do it without getting shot. It's very particular. I did notice that in my recording.
Most of the time, I do a fairly good job of it, but
Yeah, the issue is once you get hit, you basically go
unavoidable.
flying.
Yeah, there's like this is a very unforgiving map. You might have 2x health, but it doesn't necessarily help.
For those in Chunks' chat, I don't know if there's anyone that's just joined or not, but this is a challenge map pack created by the people in the marathon speedrun community. You know, the game marathon. It looks a bit hard. That's the point.
Because it is.
That's because it is. But
This
Chunks
is
has made
also-
it. Chunks has made it the farthest out of anyone. So
Yeah. This is also probably one of the hardest levels in the entire thing, I would say. Maybe not the absolute hardest, but it is certainly up there.
I would say it is of at least the maps.
Of the combat maps, it is the hardest.
It is the hardest one, and that's terrifying considering some of the other maps that were in this.
Yeah, it is.
This is morale draining for different reasons. You're spawning in so fast that the terminal doesn't have time to actually, like, show up yet.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
oh god.
Oh god, someone made a retro computer. Oh, a retro style system. 256 kilobytes of RAM. Oof.
That's the most anybody could need, right?
64 megs is all you ever need. Those Dragon, you know those Dragon 32 computers that were, they were selling new old stock of it at one point, and I missed out on buying it. It was like 30 bucks a computer. The Phoenix F2 56K. $600. Oh, does it take a Commodore floppy drive? That's neat. DVI out. Has support for PS2 for the mouse. Has dedicated red-white. Oh.
Red-white for like audio.
Let's see. Yes. Let's see. WDC 65CO2 at 6.3 megahertz. And then it has, you can potentially put a WDC-65 C816 or FNX 6809, both at the same clock speed. Comes with 256 kilobytes of static RAM, and then you can add a half megabyte of flash RAM, plus an expansion of 256K RAM. Whoa. Also comes with basic. Pretty neat. Has a Wi-Fi controller.
Holy shit.
Wi-Fi.
No, not a port, controller. On the board. It looks like it's kind of similar like a Pi Zero. Looks like. Takes 12 volt, 2 amp. Has Atari joystick ports. SD card support. And they have a chiptune expansion slot. Oh, it's an FPGA board. Graphics mode is up to 80 by 60 at 60 hertz. And then graphical output at 320 by 240. Pretty neat. Oh, you hit the ceiling.
Boom.
Alright, I gotta move a bit. I'm at like a weird angle and my foot's falling asleep. There we go.
I hate that feeling.
Wake up.
Oh god. Man, if I get hit up the stairs, that's it.
Yeah, it's a very unforgiving level.
I have faith you'll get past it.
Yeah. Whether this stream
You've
or
made it
next
this
stream-
far, like.
Yeah. No one else has even come close.
Holy shit! You got hit so hard that you went into the ground.
Yeah, that's happened to me before too. Yeah, like VBB is the only one that's even come even remotely close to this, and he's still like an entire chapter behind you, I think, isn't he?
Perfect matron.
Yeah, so an entire chapter behind. Yep.
How many people have even attempted this?
In terms of adjudicated runs, technically 3.
Yeah. But you are by far in the lead.
You and Viking Boy Billy are the only 2 that have had live streamed attempts.
Yeah.
Which I feel like is going to be the standard moving forward because it's easier to document these
Yeah.
by doing that. Yours is the only one that has been actually recorded in its entirety.
Hooray.
Because again, we're even like figuring out the adjudication stuff as we go as well.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I have to do the same thing with the Minecraft shit. This isn't a marathon specific thing that I'm having to do.
No, it's absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you just kind of have to figure out as you go along. One thing that I really hope gets fixed in the next release of Aleph 1 is the music restarting when you die. Because it really would be nice to hear the whole track rather than just the first 20 seconds of it.
See, that's how you get out of that's how you get outside of Boise, Idaho. You finish the level. We have to thank admin moving to a different state
Yeah.
for this piece to be a thing.
Sure
That is
a banger, though.
because that is what the title is about. Is admin moving to Portland?
Well, moving back to Portland, I think, right?
Yeah, but leaving Boise, Idaho for Portland.
Yeah.
Ah.
Why they're blocked.
Can't believe they blocked you. Whoa. 47. Ah, yep, that did it. The second you got hit and your speed like instantly decreased is, yeah.
Yep.
That's the problem. Like the problem, like the compiler bugs hurt a lot, first of all, but they also just knock you back so far. Like that is, I think, really what makes this level ruthless. Above all else.
All right, I'm having to listen very carefully from my washing machine to make sure it doesn't start violently bouncing up and down. I'm doing jeans, so.
Yeah, that would do it. I am going to switch over to the other machine really quick. But I will still be here.
Jeez.
Well, I say that, but Windows is being Windows.
Whoa. Whoa. Very nice recovery. Ooh. Oh god, it's really stressful to see like the bolts like fly in front of you.
Oh, this is absolutely.
Oh, you're at 6
level
ah.
Yeah, I got launched forward there.
This level is ruthless. You can maybe afford one mistake. That's it.
I mentioned it at the top of the stream, at least for this man, but yeah, we are accepting maps for Volume 2. If you ever wanted to make like if you ever had like a weird idea for a map, and you just wanted to like make it, go ahead.
You're legally allowed to do that.
We just want you to make interesting maps. They don't have to fit the norm of like what a marathon map is. Just make interesting maps with interesting ideas that you probably have not seen in other maps. This is a testing ground for new ideas.
Yep.
But we're doing map submissions until the end of this year. I'll make sure to post a link to the Discord at the end of the session, which is in about 78 minutes.
Oh, Discord, please wake up.
Unless someone else wants to post it before I do, I don't know.
Fuck you, Windows. You got a piece of dog shit. Could you fucking wake the fuck up, you utter piece of shit? God, I fucking hate computers. Oh my god, wake up, you piece of shit.
No.
Fuck yourself, Windows.
Fucking hell.
Have I mentioned lately that I fucking hate Windows? Because I fucking hate Windows. I just wanted to put that in there.
I don't know, there's pain points about all 3 main OSs.
There are, but Windows has... Ugh. There's so many things about it that I just cannot stand.
No. Why did I do that?
Like, God forbid that you try to run a game and one other piece of software at the same time. Good luck. We'll see if I can actually get Discord to run at the same time as a game. Because, you know, that's the thing that it's supposed to do.
Computer. I know it's a bit late for me to ask this, but is the game audio actually audible for the people watching on my end? It has completely flown me by that I didn't actually ask that at the beginning of the stream, and I feel like an adult for not asking. Okay, good.
It would not be the only time something like this would have happened if it had, so.
And I was playing Final Fantasy VI the other day for like 13 hours or something.
Yeah.
And a little more than half the stream didn't have game audio.
Oh lord. And that's a game where you really want the audio.
Oh yeah. That soundtrack.
Greatest OST of all time, probably. If not, then it's certainly top 5. I am hard pressed to think of a better one.
Hades has a really good one. I don't know if it's better.
Hugo award-winning Hades?
Hades does have a really good OST. I will definitely say that. I need to play that game.
Is one of my top soundtracks.
I will honestly say that like 80% of the reason that I have like 1,000 hours in Risk of Rain 2 now is the OST.
Have you ever played Braid?
No.
Really good, like little puzzle game. 10 out of 10 soundtrack, easily.
I will have to check that out.
Get the soundtrack if nothing else.
Yeah, but yeah, I do agree with you on Hades as well. That one, just Darren Korb is just a phenomenal composer.
Oh, he's like a god. I don't know how he does it every time.
Yeah, the Transistor one is apparently really good as well. I need to listen to that one of these days. The other one that well, actually, two games with somewhat similar names, but very, very different vibes and genres.
I got
Hollow
Wayland
Knight.
working.
You got what working?
Wayland.
Hollow Knight.
Holy
Hollow
shit!
Knight.
Oh yeah, Hollow Knight.
What was the issue? What was the issue?
I uninstalled GTK Sharp and I reinstalled it.
And then
always
now
it's always GTK.
Yep. And then Shovel Knight.
Right
Completely different genre, completely different game.
I haven't actually played Shovel Knight yet.
I haven't either, but I have the OST. It absolutely slaps.
I can imagine.
I'm gonna post a
It's,
screenshot I have in
Jake Kaufman, so you can he's a genius.
Absolutely check out the Braid soundtrack though. I think you'll all enjoy it.
I will make sure to do that.
No.
Yeah, the game is ruthless. Or that level is ruthless. Like, you can afford one mistake maybe, and that's it.
This has been a jam-packed. Yesterday was pretty jam-packed. We had this happen. The TF2 summer update came out.
Ooh, what's new?
I think it's 14 new maps.
Oh shit.
Apparently there was a uh-oh regarding some war paints, I think. Not having like the metallic like shine added to them, so they're just like completely matte. A third thing that I cannot remember off the top of my head.
Alright, I'm gonna see if Discord will actually load this time on Windows. Let's find out.
Oh yeah, and they announced the Gex trilogy.
Gex. How the hell
Uh,
are they gonna like edit out all the racism and shit from that game?
they get Dana Goldback to do all the audio.
Yeah, because that's not a voice you can just replace.
Alright, this time it seems to be working.
I played through a Sven co-op map that had the audio lines from Gex, and oh.
Can't say that anymore.
That is a game of its time.
It is one of the games of all time.
Like everything Gex says is just a hilarious reference to something or usually some celebrity.
Yeah, and when you hear them way too much, it just gets really frustrating.
I'm trying to think what else would go on my top OSTs list. Definitely Chrono Trigger. That goes without saying.
Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI. Those are like.
Those are, and then I can't decide whether Secret of Mana or Trials of Mana. One or the other. Kikuta is like, he gets forgotten. He doesn't get remembered as often as Umatsu and Mitsuda, but he's really good. And then I've gotta give props to Super Mario RPG as well. That.
Oh yeah.
Shimamura's work is phenomenal. I probably would like the
you're missing Earthbound or
Oh, yeah.
Mother 2?
Oh shit.
Oh
Earthbound.
yeah. I don't know whether Mother 2 or Mother 3. Both of those OSTs are so good.
I would
Holy fuck,
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I like
Super
Mother 2s more than Mother 3s just cuz it's a bit more of the this is going to sound really pretentious. I think it sounds a little bit more like eclectic in like its variety than like Earthbound or Mother 3.
But yes, I agree with Super Metroid. I would also throw Metroid Prime in there. Both of those.
Yeah.
God.
The face online,
God
that
tier.
whole area. Oh shit.
God tier soundtracks.
Secret of Mana.
Yeah, I said Secret of Mana and or Trials of Mana. I can't decide which of those I prefer. Like, to this very day. They are both
I can't
God tier
believe
soundtracks.
you're not saying Spin Dizzy Worlds at all. I can't believe you.
I have not played.
It's got it's one of the few versions of the game that actually has a soundtrack to it. The original Amiga version doesn't. Only has a soundtrack for the opening level select, and then when you finish the game and when you have to give up. There's no in-level music.
That's unfortunate.
But the Sharp X68000 and the PC 9801 and the SNES all have music.
Nice.
I'd just like to be reminded that Paul Shirley hates the SNES version with a passion.
Why?
They took levels out.
Ah, that sucks ass.
I mean, it's either that or they didn't have enough space to fit the cartridge.
Ah, that's true.
I think it's the closest version to the original. Also, it had abysmally long load times.
Oh lord. Super Nintendo is not generally known for long load times either.
Or load times like at all.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
The game chugs.
Unfortunate.
I think Pyramidia, if you go into the pyramid, it takes like a full 8 seconds through it to load.
Lord.
It's amazing. It's almost like a feat.
That's per screen, by the way.
Oh lord.
What?
Yeah.
That's impressive in a way. I did not know that there was a single game in the Super Nintendo that had that bad of loading issues.
Yeah, but the PC 9801 technically runs on a version of DOS, so you can actually play that version on DOSBox with PC 9801 support. Me and Prism found that out over the GDQ.
I'm gonna go fix.net right now.
So adjust the volumes a little bit to be.
I can't work on Spin Dizzy until I get my joystick tomorrow. Because, yeah, again, the Sega Genesis pinout is different, so I have 2 Sega Genesis pads that I bought explicitly for the Amigas, and I can't fucking use them.
There's 2 versions of .net on here.
That's fine. You can have 2 different versions. It'll mostly call for a specific version.
Repair.
It's like you can have multiple versions of Java installed. Should you? Probably not. What do you mean I can buy a copy of Spin Dizzy World? That's not Spin Dizzy Worlds, that's Evo. For the SNES. If anyone buys that and falls for that, I actually legitimately don't feel sorry for them.
Man, there's so many scams in the used game market these days.
Well, the funny thing with that one is it's blatantly the incorrect game. Like, the picture does not match what the listing title is.
Yes.
So, like, if you fall for that one, I cannot feel sorry for you because it is blatantly obvious.
Well, maybe you're just illiterate in that case. You know, sorry you never learned how to read.
Well, that's the thing. You're kind of taking advantage of people that, like, maybe have English as their second language or something.
Yeah, that would be kind of shitty.
Well, let's say, like, you live in Japan, right? Japan had their own version of the game, had its own distinct box art. Let's say you wanted to buy the NTSCU version of the game. Or, you know, I don't know what box the Europe had for the game on SNES. But, like, there's a top on it. Like, there's a common link between the two, right? So you would be at least easily be able to discern that, oh, this is Spin Dizzy, because the top's on there. This has dinosaurs on it.
I don't know, man. I've seen some box art that is in
Nothing
no way
to do
related to the game.
Yeah.
You mean like
plenty.
Phalanx?
I've seen
With
plenty
the
of box
fucking
art that is-
banjo player on the front of it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
You ever
so
go
yeah.
to the banjo stage in Phalanx? Come on.
I can buy the Atari version of Spin Dizzy Worlds for $25 on, This person's giving a thumbs up in every photo. Also, and I'm probably gonna doom myself for saying this, but apparently you can buy, Gilbert.
Fuck hit me in the
You
back
can
there.
buy, Atari STs for not that much money.
How much?
You can get like a 512K for like less than 200. Okay, so the European version of Spin Dizzy uses the cover art of the Japanese version. The US version has its own specific, well, North American version has its own specific one. I kind of like the Super Famicom. I might buy a Super Famicom version, even though I already own like 2 copies of the game. I do want to buy an Amiga copy, though, at some point. Because, you know, own an Amiga. But I also need to get an external floppy drive because I have a Gotek specifically. Oh, here we go. Spin Dizzy, Amiga 500, very rare game. I don't believe that. They're selling it for £60, which is $77 US. Yeah, I don't believe you with that price. What do you mean there is an official guide for Spin Dizzy? I must buy this. No, like, legitimately, it would be pretty nice to have a book that has all the maps in one place. I'm actually adding this to my watch list. Because that's actually of a decent value. By the way, I'm just gonna give you a heads up. You have about 61.5 minutes left in this session.
Oh god, the pressure's on.
I don't know. Like, the Super Famicom games have surprisingly got a bit cheaper. I bought Secret of Mana for like... Or the game that is known as Secret of Mana in the US. For $15?
That is surprisingly cheap, yeah. I would not
I
have
also bought
expected
Super
to.
Mario RPG for $7.
That is
Shit.
shockingly cheap. Yeah.
They're like,
Man,
you
I
sure
got
you don't want to buy
Unirated
all
for
of them?
$2
I'm like, I'm gonna go
yeah.
broke if I buy all these, even though they're cheap priced. I really need to go back to that pawn shop to see if they have any more games. I really missed out on a bunch of them. I did pick up Yoshi's Island for the Famicom, Super
hell yeah.
Famicom.
Hell yeah.
That is a classic right there.
Final Fantasy 4? No, it was
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 6.
Oh, how much was it?
I have to double check. It's over there. There. But I have to get up out of my seat and I don't want to do that.
Understandable.
Very comfortable.
Yeah, understandable. It is my favorite of the series.
Yeah. I am currently trying to work on buying the SNES versions of games that were originally on the Amiga. So that would be SWIV, the Chaos Engine, which I already have a copy of, Spin Dizzy, I have to...
What the hell stopped me there? Just running up the stairs and I got stopped.
Cannon Fodder, but I have to buy a PAL SNES for that. Sorry, it's called Super Swiv.
Super Swift might. I don't know.
Published by Mattel. Was it European and Japan only? I think it was. Because I don't see a US style box. Because, yeah. Super Nintendo boxes for Europe are of a different design, layout-wise, than the US North American ones.
I think I subconsciously noticed that and just never really pieced it together.
But yeah, I want to get a version of each game for the of each port of an Amiga title for the SNES. Because I think of all the consoles, the SNES is probably the closest you're going to get to the original like performance of the Amiga. Because I played Chaos Engine on the Genesis. Oh fuck, God no! It is so goddamn slow. Actually, the SNES version is faster than the Amiga version.
That doesn't really surprise me.
For the Chaos Engine. It's really funny. It's only because of read times. That's even with WHD load. Reading off of a compact flash card, it's still faster than the compact flash. Yeah, okay, so Super SWIV is a Europe and Japan only title. There is no US cartridge. So that's gonna be fun. I have Super Putty. Or Putty. I have to get Putty Squad at some point. It's really hard in some aspects, and I had to watch a long play of the Amiga version to really understand some of the levels. Wings 2 technically counts because it's a sequel to Wings for the Amiga. As much as that does not make any sense, just go with it. I have Gods. I actually have the copy of Gods right here in my hand. For the SNES. Boxed, even. I spent how much on this? $20 for a boxed copy of Gods. Oh, that's neat. Hall of Light actually has a thing where it tells you if a game was converted over to a certain console. Neat. Legitimately neat. Oh god, I forgot about James Pond 2 and 3 being on the SNES.
What?
Madden Football technically counts. The original one. Mr. Blob. Oh, fuck. Mr. Blobby. Again, I must stress this question. How the fuck was Mr. Blobby allowed near kids? I think it's fucking terrifying.
What, is this a SNES game?
Mr. Blobby is a character that was on Noel's House Party, an actual TV show, and it was fucking hugely popular for a very small period of time in the 90s. The character. They were popular. They were popular enough that they had 2 theme parks have dedicated sections to the fucking character.
Yeah, that thing looks terrible.
Oh, wait till you hear it speak, Matrix.
Oh dear.
Okay, I have Zool. I don't have Worms for the SNES. Paperboy 2? I think I have a copy of that. I fucking love Paperboy 2.
I had that game. I definitely don't anymore, but I don't know if I ever beat either Paperboy game, but I did think they were a lot of fun.
Total Carnage. The game, not the difficulty.
There was a game called Total Carnage?
Yeah, it's the sequel to, it's the spiritual successor to Smash TV.
Huh. Never heard of it before.
Super Putty Syndicate, I don't have a copy. Spin Dizzy Worlds. Apparently there was a pre-release version of Spin Dizzy Worlds called Spin Dizzy 2, which I know that's what the Sharp X6, the PC98 version. Based on the Atari ST version. Okay. Soccer Kid I don't own a copy of. I don't own Sim Ant or Sim Theme Park. I own a Japanese copy of Sim Earth. I own SimCity 2000 or everything that isn't that. Shaq Fu I own on the Genesis. No, I'm not giving anyone my copy to destroy.
SimCity 2000 was unquestionably best on the Mac. Because none of the other games had a soundtrack that sounded correct.
Also, the audio is starting to literally shit itself. And that's a Discord specific issue, because this happened last time. Whoa.
What?
I have Pinball Fantasies.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah.
I've mentioned this on the video that I'm editing. I fucking love the DICE pinball games so goddamn much. I really wish DICE would be allowed by EA to just make one more pinball game. One more. Because they made 2. No, I think they made 3 technically, but I really want them to make one more. Just one more. Out of This World, Another World. That's an Amiga title. That started out on the Amiga. There was a console port for that. Oscar. Holy shit, the audio. Oh. Again, it's not your fault. It's just the fact that we've been at this for almost 4 hours.
Discord do be Discord.
I mean, you gotta give them some credit. Just the amount of, like...
Data that they have to deal with
yeah,
has to be massive, I'm
like
sure.
50 million messages an hour or something. And
Yeah,
it's images and shit, too. People posting, like, up to,
Yeah.
what, 500 megabyte videos.
People
Yeah,
using
like-
Discord as temporary file storage as well.
Well, to be fair, they kind of encourage that with Nitro.
Yeah, they do. Especially when it's half a gigabyte.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I mean, like, that is pretty much... Like, that is basically why I have Nitro, to be honest.
It's super easy to transfer shit around with Discord,
Yeah, like...
though.
And I'm not gonna say it's like...
Under the floor.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say it's like a permalink,
Wait,
because I don't necessarily trust Discord to be around forever, but... You know, it's reasonably long-term storage.
on that note, I've always had the thought in the back of my head that, yeah, Discord's probably not going to last a considerable amount of time. Especially, like, I don't have a lot of faith in their current, like, decisions that they've been making.
Oh god, no. Usernames,
Always have a backup. I feel like...
I have backups of everything that's important.
No, I mean a backup plan, as in to move to. There was that Matrix server that we were working on, but I gave up on. Just because you have to have a physical server running. TeamSpeak's also a possible idea. In fact, I would say TeamSpeak and IRC are probably my first move back to. Fuck going back to Skype.
I can't, like, I still use TeamSpeak. They actually had an update lately, first update in like a year. But there's just so much fucked up with TeamSpeak still. It's the sound alerts and how hard that is to change. Like, I don't want somebody talking to me when people join a channel or when I leave or mute my microphone or something, you know? And changing that is such a... You have to download a sound pack or make one yourself. That's the only way to do it, which requires, like, restarting the whole application.
That's bullshit.
It's so silly.
I think you have to do the same thing with Mumble, I think.
Mumble has some dumb stuff to it, but I don't remember having to, like,
Mumble
download...
entirely relies on Speaks as well for the codec. I think Discord's using Opus?
Yeah.
Opus is
Opus
objectively the best lossy codec. Like, there's no reason anybody should be using any other lossy codec at this point.
Well, Speaks is just for, like, low bandwidth. Because, like, you have to consider, in Burgerland, there are still, like, areas of the country that are still on, like, broadband or, hell, DSL.
Gross, but yeah. At least it's not 56K.
Did you know that 56K dial-up services are still offered in the US?
Oh god. I feel sorry for anybody that has to rely on them.
I mean, in some places it's the only option.
Oh,
and it's
Lord.
still reasonably cheap.
Well, reasonably cheap is understandable because it sucks.
In fact, hold on. Let's look at the companies that are still offering 56K dial-up. If for some fucking reason you wanted to buy dial-up or pay for dial-up, you can go through...
I want to log into my old BBCs.
Do the old telefax. Oh, BBSs. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention this last stream, but apparently Google's group has gotten rid of their Usenet portal. They have their own implementation of Usenet now, which is really frustrating. I actually had to remember my Eternal September login so I could actually access proper Usenet. Because I wanted to see if anyone updated, like posted anything in Alt Games Marathon, which is a thing. No. I would open up my newsreader, but it might show up in front of the game. So I'm going to fix the game screen just real quick. Hold on. Just a bit. There we go. It was a little bit cut off. Holy shit. Again, for those joining, this is Dungeons. We're doing Hellpak, which is a map pack made by the speedrunners for the game Marathon. It's really hard, but it's got really interesting ideas in it. And obviously Chunks here is going through it. Again, this is for the people that have probably joined recently and are wondering what the fuck's going on here.
Chunks is, by the way, further in this than anyone else who has played it.
Chunks is in the lead.
At least of the adjudicated runs on the hardest difficulty. Which there is actually, like, to get the quote-unquote true ending.
Me and Aaron have to explicitly watch you do it.
Yeah.
More specifically me, but me and Aaron, just so there's two people looking at it. And we do these live streams just so it's documented on recording.
Incidentally, I made the architecture for this level without really intending for it to actually become what it became. For which I apologize. You know.
Okay, I found a service that still sells dial-up.
Who is it?
It's a company called Cyberonic.
I have never heard of them, which is not surprising.
That sounds pretty sexy. Cyberotic? Sign me up.
Let's see. I'm trying to find, like, oh no, is it there? Do they have, like, are they quotes? Oh no.
Oh lord.
Alright. Yeah, they do DSL, 144 kilobits to 15 megabits, T1 and T3.
I remember when those were state of the art.
128K to 45.
They even have that.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised.
Dial-up, you can get up to 128 kilobits a second through ISDN. But yeah, it doesn't mention, there's no explicit price mentioned on their website, so it's probably by quote. Oh dear God. Net Zero is still around? Are you fucking shitting me?
Yeah.
Holy shit. $29.95 a month for the ISDN dial-up. AOL still offers dial-up.
AOL still exists today, I
don't think Earthlink still exists. No, Earthlink still exists. That is fucking crazy that dial-up still exists.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked.
They still do the CDs. They still do the CDs.
AOL
what the
still
fuck?
does the CDs. Are you freaking kidding me? I guess somebody must use them, or else they wouldn't do them.
If you have a phone, I think if you have like a phone line that no one ever calls you on because you never give anyone the phone number, and like you have like an auto block thing for like, you know, spam calls, maybe dial-up would be useful for that because it's, you know, the spam call like block button thing wasn't a thing really back then.
Yeah.
That would be the only way I could possibly potentially see someone like you getting dial-up nowadays, or they live in the sticks and they can't, you know, get internet.
Anything else?
Quality.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
my family was stuck with dial-up until probably like 5 or 6 years ago, where they finally offered broadband internet.
I mean, 5 or 6 years ago is a little more believable. Now,
and like, my dad is potentially going to be eligible for fiber now, and he lives in the country.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts what parts have fiber now.
I could potentially move to fiber right now, but I don't like the fact that Google has been basically harassing me to get it. I literally get I get an email every single day, and every 2 days I get something in the mail from Google regarding moving to their fiber.
What were you saying, Matrix?
Why does Aaron sound like he's on an old radio talk show?
I don't know. It might be just where I have the mic. Let me see. Moving it, if that helps. I was
I'm probably gonna fuck up the naming, but to Allison NWN, Alazon. This was definitely we were figuring it out as we go pack.
Yeah.
Like, you can definitely tell the maps that were made after we kind of figured out what we were doing, but we still had to keep the older maps because we needed maps, right? Because we wanted to make sure there was an even number of maps, and we did fix up the maps so they're not as hard as they originally were. Keep that in mind. These are the fixed maps. This was far worse in difficulty.
Well, not this specific
No,
level.
this map was a fucking classic from day one.
Yeah.
But
I don't think this one has been changed at all since
a lot of the other maps we had to tweak and adjust. They're really brutally difficult still, but they are way easier than they were originally because we realized, hey, we kind of have to throw a little bit of a bone
so that this is actually completable.
Yeah,
people have to want to play this.
Like it's that right amount of difficulty, but it leaves you wanting to progress on it. Like the one more time theory.
Exactly. This level is particularly good for that. I feel like, and has been since it was first put together.
You have
bear in mind I did not do the combat on this. I did the architecture, but I was not actually intending it to be an actual combat level.
Yeah,
so I was kind of surprised when it was made into one.
So yeah, the whole ethos for Volume 2 is you can make your maps hard, but it's got to have that quality to it where it's just hard enough, but just easy enough that it's going to incentivize players to keep going. No matter how much bullshit you're throwing at them, it's going to incentivize them to keep going.
It needs to, there needs to be a fun factor to it, or they're not going to want to keep playing.
Yeah, and Volume 1 was definitely we had to figure out what worked for it.
Yeah, and we did not always get it right, and I will be the first to admit that.
I will be the second to admit that. Like, again, this was an experiment.
Yeah, and that was explicitly the point of it, really. Was to experiment with things that had not been generally done in marathon mapmaking.
And this was the first big project, game development project, so to speak.
That most of the people involved worked on it.
This was the first one where I was a somewhat lead on it.
Yeah.
In terms of I had an idea for how the maps were supposed to flow. Aaron had the graphical design for the most part, but I was more hands-on with the music and the levels themselves, because I mean it's Dungeons, it's my baby, but this is a community project first and foremost, so everyone had to kind of be in the same mindset for how the maps are supposed. There's a general tone, but you can still do what you want in the maps. The only requirements we inevitably settled upon were it has to be completable by a human being. If you're doing it on how Chunks is doing it right now, it has to be completable on Total Carnage. The maps are almost entirely tested on Total Carnage, and specifically Total Carnage.
Which is the hardest difficulty.
Difficulty. Although I would say major damage can be a little bit harder since there's that cap on the ammo.
That's true. And also the fact that all fighters berserk on Total Carnage can be an advantage depending on the level design.
Yeah, so that's why I've always had the claim that major damage is really more difficult. It's just you get the luxury of having unlimited ammo on Total Carnage as well.
I would say it really depends on the level.
If you're playing through the full game.
Yeah, that's fair.
Or a full marathon game, it's actually a little bit easier when you have it on Total Carnage because you just pick up ammo willy-nilly.
Yeah, that's probably true.
On major damage, you actually have to be considerate of, okay, well, if I have to pick up ammo, what would be viable?
What ammo do I want to use? Well, or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, also, and this is a Volume 2 thing, we had to make sure that there's because normally we would not during these attempts, we wouldn't try to give explicit hints, right?
No.
We try to be a bit vague about things, because we still want it to be up to the player to, like, figure it out. We'll give them a slight kick in the ass, but, like, it's still up to the player to complete the level. But yeah, we've kind of figured out that with Volume 2, we need to be a little bit more intuitive with kind of hinting to the player on what to do a little. Not like super obvious, but kind of subtly.
Yeah. I think in a lot of cases we were just really esoteric. In particular, there's a lot of stuff that we basically just
And we mentioned earlier, like, the main issue with the really hard difficulty of this pack is just the fact that no one except us wanted to actually test it. We were basically our playtesters, and that wasn't by choice. It's just people looked at this and were like, "Fuck that," and yeah, we were basically forced to test our own maps.
And even then, like, I feel like most of it are our own maps, like literally our own.
Yeah. Well, we had to test our own maps, and we had to test each other's maps, but, like, we didn't really have any, like, a regular marathon player's perspective on this. Like, we had people watch us play it, but no one really wanted to play it themselves for, like, testing. Yeah. Which is why for Volume 2, we're explicitly asking, hey, we're gonna put out, like, once we get the maps together and, like, polish it a bit, we're just gonna put out, like, a rough draft, right? Of the maps and be like, hey, play these, and what's the worst parts about these levels? And, like, if it's part of the actual, like, intended design of the map, then maybe not, but, like, what's some things we can fix to make this slightly less, you know,
punishing.
It's still gonna be hard, but we want it to be a little bit less punishing.
We want it to be something that more than, like, 3 people will, like, even attempt, basically.
I mean, I have worded it as Volume 1, you have to literally be out of your mind to want to actually play through it, because, like, it is it is the definition of trying the same thing over and over again and hoping it works.
Yeah, pretty much. And, like, I'm probably one of 3 people that has completed this level on the hardest difficulty, and I will flat out say it took me 3 months.
And yeah, I mean, I mentioned earlier, my my notes for this during the original testing was simply "fuck you."
Which, yeah, the other 2 people are that.
Which I should point out was a glowing compliment of praise.
Yeah, DBCR is one of the 3 people that I know of that have completed this level. The other
I'm a fucking masochist when it comes to shit like this.
The other 2 people being the people that made it. Me and Cassis.
And you did it on keyboard, which is even more grueling.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the part that I still don't quite believe. Even though...
Alright, giving you a heads up, 33 minutes to go.
Oh my god.
For those that don't know, on Chunks' side, this is a 4-hour session. We had a break about an hour and a half ago. Of about 15 minutes. That's generally the usual just for these sessions, although Chunks could always go for a less time frame. It's just we've been doing these at 4 hours.
We generally, like, we basically don't want people to do more than about that time because...
Well, we used to do it just all one stretch, and if you wanted to take a break, it was on your time. That was a bit cruel. And
yeah,
it's slog to watch. So we
it's
at least...
a slog for everyone.
So yeah, we at least split it in half, so like, there's like a break.
It's for everyone's benefit, I feel like. Number 1, it's for the player's benefit, because no one should really be sitting at their computer without a break for, 8 hours in a row, or 4 hours in a row even, or whatever.
Yeah, you're gonna get DVT from that.
And also, you just get tilted if you spend too long doing the same thing without any break at all. And that's also why we restrict them to 4 hours total.
I mean, you could make the argument, oh, that plays into like a psychological aspect of this, where it is you against yourself against the house.
No, that is exactly Like that is a large part of it. There is a large.
But
like,
I don't think having a break's going to detract from that, to be honest.
Maybe not, but like
not having a break will amplify it.
No, that's what I mean. Like you can clear your head a little bit if you're forced to get up from the keyboard and you know, just get a drink of water, go to the bathroom, whatever. Like you can reset your thinking. Whereas you can just get absolutely tunneled into a particular set of.
Perfect Matrid, I think, is the optimal example of just a map that is like.
That is one of the ones
frustrating.
That is one of the ones I will not even attempt. Like
I think I will agree with the general opinion that Perfect Matrid is like absurdly difficult for this pack. Even more difficult than this, even though I think this map's harder. That is just emotionally draining because you can get. It's a long map, and you can get near the end only to realize that you've soft locked yourself.
I think with this one, the individual combat is worse, like in terms of difficulty, but it's also shorter.
Yeah.
So like you just have to play.
You have to play well. It's not as morale draining, but
you have to play basically perfectly, actually. But you only have to play perfectly for like a minute. Whereas with Perfect Matrid, you have to play nearly perfectly for.
You have to be very precise with everything you do in Perfect Matrid.
Yeah, and it's not just the combat; it's also the movement.
Also, hello, Felix. I was gonna say hi a bit earlier, but yeah, Aaron was on a good point. I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, the movement is actually, I think, the most grueling thing about Perfect Matrid.
Yeah.
And that is actually why I will not attempt the level. Like, if it were just the combat, then I probably would.
Yeah, I hope you're doing well this morning, Felix. We're wrapping up we're in the final
half hour
of this session of Dungeons. We might see. I'm not gonna say it.
Don't say it.
You jinxed it.
Yeah.
He didn't say it, so
I didn't say it. I partially said it. I partially jinxed it.
In my head.
I partially jinxed it.
Get out of my head, Charles.
Soiled it.
Honestly, of all the levels that I've completed films of, I think this might have been the hardest.
I think that's a better question. What do you think was the hardest level so far, Chunks?
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
From this session or just the whole map pack?
Whole map pack. Last map was one of my favorites. This map has been the worst. It so many times it's just unavoidable getting hit, and you get stuck in the stairs or stuck in a corner or just launched in a space.
I hope you're ready
for ball sneaks behind you and hits you in the back.
Chapter 4 is going to be
Chapter 4 is going to make you really probably think this is the higher tier map.
I think it's
Chapter 4 is where we let the foot off the brake.
I think this level is fun, but it's ruthlessly difficult.
It's ruthless. I will agree with that. It's ruthlessly difficult, but yeah, like this is, as I mentioned earlier, this is the harbinger to come for what Chapter 4 has in store for you.
Chapter
it may
4
not be combat, but it's going to be like very morale draining.
Chapter 4 has a very mixed bag. There's a couple levels that I feel like really didn't belong there.
Well, it was hard to determine the order, and we didn't really realize that the order wasn't well until way after the release of the pack.
It was much too late to fix it by that point, but yeah. Like, in retrospect, there were some levels that absolutely did not belong in Chapter 4.
Which is why we are going to ask people that are not us, as in the people that are not working on the map pack, to please test the maps for us, because we want to make... it'll be like an open beta. You can go into the Discord, which I'll link at the end of this, if that's okay. And then, when we submit the map packs and we get the maps polished to a point that we are like, okay, we're gonna release a rough draft. Here's some maps. If you want to contribute to like testing, just join this channel. Be like, hey, I want the test. If you test and you give us feedback, you'll get listed in the credits for Volume 2.
This level, by the way, is one of the ones that definitely should have been in Chapter 4.
I don't know. I feel like having a little bit of a hint of what's to come in Chapter 3.
I do agree with that, but this is one of the hardest levels in the entire pack. Honestly, I could see a case for having put it where finished Durandal is. Like, I feel like that would have...
Oh god, I hope you're ready for finished Durandal.
Oh god. That level, everyone's gonna hate us.
You legitimately do not know what's coming.
Everyone's gonna hate us.
Chapter 4 was designed with fun in mind.
Fun being in quotes here, I feel like. The scare quotes are important.
Like, that, again, that is where we put the foot off the brake, and it is difficult. Difficult. For various reasons. Not all the same.
A couple levels are, like, I feel like...
Some of them are difficult, but only if you don't realize what's going on.
Yeah, like, I feel like Skyfall is definitely in that territory. Like, if you don't understand what's going on, then it might be hard.
Like, if you know how the sausage is made, it probably won't seem like it's a hard level. But again, this is going to, at least for us, this is going to be our like observation as to how someone that has not played the level before thinks about it.
Yeah. But then there's levels like, well, and then there's some levels that are based.
We're past Volume 1 development. Like, we're firmly in Volume 2 development now, until the end of the year, at least for the maps. So we can't really dwell on like, oh, we should have done this better, should have done that better.
I mean, it's. I feel like it's useful to, like.
It's useful to have at least to think about for Volume 2.
Yeah, exactly.
But,
like we can learn from it going forward, but there's nothing we can do about it now. Like Volume 1's been out for 6 months, for close to a year, really.
Yeah, it's been almost like 3/4 of a year because it came out around. No, I think it came out around Halloween last year.
Something like that. It's been a while.
It's been out for almost a full year at this point.
So yeah, I mean, at this point, you're
like, and I think that's the important thing about like this whole thing is that we're admitting there's some fucked parts about this, like that are not really what we intended. A lot of this is what we are intending, but like there is definitely some stuff that we don't think is we didn't really want to have.
Yeah. Like, there's a lot of stuff that we would do again differently. And, like, also, there's been, like, it was just not tested nearly well enough. And we'll be the first to admit that. Like,
well, it wasn't tested well. It wasn't tested well enough, and it wasn't tested by people that weren't us.
Yeah, but like the thing is, like, there's like, we've had like what 4 bug fix releases or something. It's something stupid, which is.
I think the main issue is that we were just fucking fed up with the development, and we just wanted it out the door.
Yeah. Well, and no one was testing. Like you said, no one that wasn't us was testing it. So that was really made it excruciating, I think, to even try.
Yeah, because we should explicitly point out we did want outside opinion on these. Like,
yeah,
because even I knew going into this that, yeah, this is kind of a special type of hell. We should probably get an outside perspective. I know, like, we reached out to Shappy, but Shappy really only played, like, Obsidian's maps, levels, and that was it.
I think
only Obsidian's levels, and that was it.
I can't remember which ones. I know he played Security Officer BQ. I think he played
Security Officer BQ is their BRB thing.
I think he played like the first 4 or 5 levels that people made, which was mostly Obsidian's levels, I think. But yeah.
I'm still proud of the maps I made, right? They could have been better, but I'm still proud of them because, like, it's definitely an improvement from, like, the F tier maps I made back in, like, 2011. They're definitely an improvement from those maps. Because, yeah, this was my first big mapping thing since, like, then. Because, like, I had interesting ideas, I just didn't know how to implement them that well. Back then. Alright, we're coming up on the 20-minute mark. Now, I will mention, for first-time watchers of this format, if Chunks is in the middle of an attempt on a level when time hits 0, there are 2 conditions to which the session ends. Whenever a death is taken, or whenever the level is completed, whichever comes first. So, if for some reason time hits 0 and Chunks is still on this level, as long as one of those 2 conditions is not met, we continue play.
Which will not take very long because it's this
It won't take very long with this level, but that is something that has been a thing since the Minecraft era of this show.
It has been a constant throughout all of our streams of this.
Well, it's just it's a mainstay of the format.
Yeah.
I've just been doing that since when this was, you know, people doing Minecraft parkour.
That's fair.
Because it's more fair. Oh, time ran out and you're still in the middle of something? Sorry. No, we're gonna let you at least finish your current attempt on something. I'm not, I may be an asshole with, like, some of the map designs, but I'm not that much of an asshole. I'm at least going to be fair. I do have a hot take for this map, though.
What's the hot take?
It probably should have been 48 compilers and not 59.
Oh yeah, I agree with that, but I did not do the
59 is just such an odd number.
50.
I was wondering if there was some significance to that number.
That is a Ask Cassis question because I have no fucking clue.
Yeah, I have no idea why they chose specifically 59 of them. That is a very strange number to me as well. I always thought that.
Matrix, I would go into your application settings for that map and turn off application scaling. I can tell you how to do that after the stream.
I would almost rather have 60, like, even though that would make it slightly harder. It would just be like...
It would be a bit more even.
It'd be a nice even number. Like, I don't get why they chose such an odd number. I mean, at least if it were 69, you could understand why they would have chosen that one. But,
the sex number.
But, you know.
It's the sex number!
But, you know. But that's not the case, so I don't know what the significance of 59 is.
Also, once again, as we're wrapping this up, for the people on my stream that are wondering why the fuck the video feed keeps cutting out every couple of seconds, we're having to capture this from Discord because, again, no NDI support. We're making do with what we can.
I wonder if I could stream it to YouTube and you capture off my YouTube stream.
Ultimately, with you specifically, we could probably try next time OBS Ninja, because you're not running on Mac.
All right.
We could try that. We could also.
We unfortunately have to do this with Viking Boy Billy, though.
Yeah, because he's on Mac.
And even then, we have to pipe in our own music because yeah, it's hard. Sound. Well, apparently Viking Boy Billy couldn't get the install working properly to capture, like, the audio from the game, so the audio is coming through the microphone.
Oh lord.
Which, I mean, that's fine. All we need to see is the video.
Yeah, we do. But yeah,
that's the important part. Is we just need to see you do it.
Sounds like the perfect hellpak scenario, though. Just a bunch of janky bullshit that you gotta cobble together to make work.
Yep.
That's perfect.
It's fine quality.
It is a fine quality stream. But yeah,
like that is literally the definition of fine quality. Like it is a means to an end. Like you're just having this dumb fucking setup that it works, but oh god, why?
Yep. I do wonder if 59 like has any significance, or if it was just like they didn't count the number of monsters at all. Like
I would ask them on the main Discord, because they're obviously not in the Hellpak Discord, and they probably won't want to go in the Hellpak Discord after Volume 1.
Probably not.
Who's not in the main Discord?
No, Cassis is in the main Discord.
Is not in the Hellpak Discord.
Not in the
Which
Hellpak
is
Discord.
the main Discord? I
The
know
main Discord is the one
two.
that's linked on the subreddit.
Is that the one with the numbers at the end from the terminal?
No.
All right.
It's the one with like 1,000 people on it, or 2,000 people now, or something. I don't know.
The
how
one,
large
the
it
one
is.
where the people who are
icon or
working on
blue
the new
icon?
marathon game are on.
Yeah.
Sorry, green icon or blue icon?
It's the green icon, the one that switches from the old logo to the new one.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw somebody posted that, but I haven't actually seen that myself. Like I was looking
got
for it
pretty-
on the Discord. I don't know why it wasn't animated on my end.
You got pretty close on that one.
Hmm?
You got pretty close on that one. I think
Yeah,
you'll get it.
I think I've gone down to 5 a
Yeah.
couple times.
You got 15
7,
minutes, so you still have
9.
time. You still have time.
Yeah.
I
The
think
thing
you.
is-
I feel like you'll get this before the end of this episode.
I feel like if you don't get it before the end of this episode, it'll probably be like Forte Wars was, where you'll get it.
You get it
near the
next.
start.
You get it next stream, yeah.
Early next stream. Yeah.
And you'll probably get a chance next week to go at this again if you want.
Yeah, getting these runs together more frequently would be nice, because
Yeah,
Yeah, it didn't help with
the Forte Wars.
It didn't
Yeah.
help with this weekend because I had to work the weekend. I would have been
Yeah.
more willing to do like a Saturday or a Sunday set, well, at least a Sunday stream, but yeah, I had to work.
They
And
just don't really matter too much to me at all. It's all you guys. You just let me, like, I didn't even realize this was happening today because somebody pinged me on the Discord.
Mm.
yeah,
Until Matrix
that's
came in, I was
I'll
already
take
streaming.
I'll take an L on that part. I did mention that I was potentially thinking about Wednesday.
I saw
Um,
that afterwards, but again, I didn't get pinged or anything, so I was
Yeah.
like, oh shit, I guess I haven't checked the Discord in a couple days. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, people said they were available. Well, I'm usually available. I wasn't in the middle of anything pressing, so.
Yeah, I will
let's
take
roll.
the L on that part that I probably should have explicitly mentioned. But I'm also like mentally exhausted from work because again,
Yep.
10 days in a row of very mentally tasking Linux troubleshooting.
No worries.
Yeah,
I was just
I-
making the point. I'm very flexible, so it's.
Yeah.
You
Um,
guys, you
I
can make
am
it work
going
amongst
to-
yourselves, and I'll be able to flex around that.
I am gonna try to carve out a Wednesday stream since I won't be here Thursday to Sunday for streams next week. You'll be the send off for the little break for my stream. Well, an explicit break. And then the only time that this weird scheduling thing's gonna happen again is going to be in October, first week. And then the last week of the month will be me doing the fucking hiking thing. Which I should probably ask for time off for that, but I don't really have a lot left to ask off with, so. Okay. From this point forward, I'm only going to mention 10, 5, and 1 minute warning. It's really weird to see the bottom of that.
Yeah, it's
To see the
so
stairs from the
brutal.
bottom.
As soon as I go onto the floor, I'm like, that's it.
I will tell you this, you're using the exact same strategy that I did. I think it's just the bolts are like, you're just getting an unlucky, like, volley of bolts.
Yeah, I used a very similar strategy as well, ultimately.
Like, you
I
have
experiment-
you have the concept of what you need to do. It's just, you gotta get a good break on it.
Yeah, there is a fair amount of RNG to this level. There is a lot of skill, but there's a lot of RNG, and you need both.
You got the skill. I think it's just the RNG is kind of screwing you over right now.
Yeah, and I had the same trouble
with the monster action cycles.
Yeah, it's just like you will get it eventually. It's a matter of time. It's just
again. I am the one that explicitly stated last stream, I have the most faith in you being the first completion.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'll be the first to complete it, especially, like, you have an entire chapter lead now.
You'll be the first completion of any challenge for the series in general. Like, that's how much faith I have in you. And
yeah,
this show's been going on since 2012.
Off and on, but yes.
Yeah, it's a very off and on series, just because, like, it really requires scheduling on both sides.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
but mostly for this one, this has just been scheduling for both me and Aaron. Or at least for me, making sure that I have time. It does help that my work schedule is pretty consistent in terms of, like, hours. It's just, do I feel like absolute shit that day?
Yeah. It's always the question.
That's my secret. I always feel like shit.
That's a good plan. I gotta write that down. I don't know. Like I've actually had to start taking B12 supplements because apparently I've just been like super exhausted. Which is funny because I already get like at least the recommended value, or at least 3 times the recommended value a day for B12, and apparently that's not enough.
Oh lord.
So I had to take these like supplements that are giving me like 6 days worth of B12.
That can't be good for you.
No, apparently B12's perfectly fine as long as it's not like sourced from like cobalt. You can do that.
B12 though.
It is. That's the funny part.
There's cobalt and B12.
Oh no, B12 is mostly sourced from cobalt matrix. You can get it from other things, and I think B12 is also something you can actually synthesize.
No.
Yeah, it's the only vitamin that you have to have food or supplements to get. Everything else you can get naturally. Like, vitamin D you can get from, like, going outside for a bit. Like, the sunlight.
The D stands for sun.
Vitamin C comes from...
Oh, citrus.
Yeah. It also occurs naturally in foods. Very naturally.
Like citrus.
Apparently paprika also has vitamin C.
Really?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Vitamin K, which you don't hear it a lot about.
Potassium, it's in bananas for one thing.
K is the
K is the it is. Which is why it's...
I thought K is just the scientific, like, symbol for potassium. I don't think
that
vitamin
is.
K specifically is.
In, like, the periodic table of elements, potassium
Yeah,
is K.
it is. It is the symbol
Vitamin
for...
K is for the liver.
I
Hold on. It actually gave the appropriate name. Folliquinones, menaquinones, and metadiones. I probably horribly pronounced that. I'm trying to find a food source that it mentions. It only mentions like
bananas.
natto, which is the fermented soybeans, is rich in vitamin K. I think Marmite might actually have that.
That's cursed.
Okay. Yeah, natto, fermented natto has 1,034 micrograms per 100 grams. Goose liver pate. Cheddar
Delicious.
cheese. Cheese is actually where you mostly get it. You can sometimes get vitamin K via hot dogs and bacon.
Oh,
What do you get? Why sometimes?
Milk, because it's a very low amount. We're talking like 5 micrograms.
Oh.
The recommended amount of vitamin K that is needed is, and that's K2.
K2 is a mountain. It's a very dangerous mountain.
It is. The current recommended amount for at least me, who is a male between the age of 19 and older,
What?
is 90 to 120 micrograms a day. Which I don't think anyone ever gets unless they're taking like supplements.
Probably not.
You have about 5 minutes, by the way.
Roger Dodger.
Again, like, if you don't get it this time, that's the thing about this series is Chunks doesn't have to finish the whole thing in one sitting.
Yeah.
There are only certain challenges that we require you to finish it within one sitting, and this isn't one of them. So yeah, all we're gonna do is we're gonna note what level by the save, and then we'll come back probably next week and continue.
Yeah.
Hooray.
But I have faith you'll get this done.
Another 4 straight hours of this.
No, I don't think it's gonna
I don't
take
think
4
it'll take
hours.
you 4 hours. Because you're not
I don't
playing...
think this map's gonna take you 4 hours.
Yeah.
There's definitely some maps that will take you a considerable amount of time. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I'm hinting so hard that the hint is blown out of the computer screen and is punching you in the face. Okay, so vitamin K explicitly comes from leafy green vegetables such as spinach, poultry, eggs, natto, beef, pork, and fish. It is not potassium specifically.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I always thought it was.
Because the scientific
Potassium
symbol.
is its own thing.
Yeah. Vitamin E comes from fruits and veggies, specifically nuts, seeds, and seed oils. Vitamin D.
There's more than one. There's multiple kinds of vitamin D, aren't there?
There are 5 different types. Most of them
Yes.
come from like yeast, fatty fishes, eggs, and the sun. Vitamin C comes from fruits and vegetables, liver as well. Vitamin B12. If you're not taking supplements for it, it explicitly comes from meat, poultry, fish, eggs, and milk. I've not really had a lot of milk as of recent because I have oat milk, and oat milk doesn't really have that long of a shelf life now that I think about it.
Oat milk
Once you've
is the
opened it.
shit.
Oat milk, I fucking love oat milk, but goddamn, it's
so
also
good.
really expensive. Because I usually get 2 cartons at a time because I used to like go through it.
I get
But
it
I
at Costco. Comes in like a 6-pack for like $12. It's fucking wicked.
There's a
I
deal
love
on.
Costco.
And I should mention I'm not obviously not sponsored by Stack Social, but I did see on their website they did have a because I don't do sponsored shit on this stream. I don't fucking like doing sponsored
Oh, I'm
content.
sponsored by oat milk. I probably should have said that.
But I saw a deal where you can get like a Costco Gold membership for like $60
Oh yeah.
for a year.
Isn't that just how much it costs?
No, I think it's like 90 something.
I've got an executive membership and it's only like $110 a year.
Hold on, let me
That's
let
Canadian.
me check Stack Social. They also have Windows 11 keys for like $30 right now.
Imagine paying for Windows. Oh,
If you have a system
2023?
if you don't have a system that doesn't have everything, and these are legitimate keys, by the way, because they're a Microsoft partner. So
I mean,
to
I
get-
could
to
see
get
having that
Pro-
if you needed it as a business, but as a home user, man, that shit's free.
I don't know.
wink,
I
wink.
would. Oh, I would still get it if I had a system that didn't come with a previous install of Windows.
Oh, you fool.
You can also get Microsoft Office Professional 2021 Perpetual license. I did get that for Mac, and that is actually a really good deal for $30. Yeah, Costco 1 year Gold Star membership plus a $30 Costco shop card for $60.
That's a pretty good deal.
It's valid for new members only, though.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, that's how they get you.
Well, I'm not a member, but
Let's see. Specifications for Gold Star membership. 1 minute, by the way.
Oh, jeez.
I'll get it next time.
Not this time?
Well, maybe. You could get lucky. Or... Because again, it's
Oh,
a mixture of skill and luck.
Ignore the music for a second. Alright, now the music's playing. $15. 10. Time. All right, this is the attempt. Oh.
Nope.
Ah. Now, I will say this. You did go at this for a good while. It was
like
some
the
pretty...
whole stream, man. So I had like,
It
what,
was-
10 attempts at the last level, and then...
Yeah, I mean, like, you got through it, though. That's the thing. Like, you made considerable progress, even though this took up most of the stream. Because, like,
Yeah.
every level completion is a big achievement in my book.
Yeah. Yeah, especially once you're at this point of the game.
Yeah,
Like,
once you're at this
most of-
point in the game, just even clearing a single level is a big accomplishment.
Well,
Um,
there's a few levels that are definitely more of an accomplishment than others, I would say, but yeah, this is definitely one of the ones, and Forte Wars was another one where, like, it is just, like, you are at that point where each of these levels will legitimately take someone a long time.
I actually get to listen to the full song.
oh, shit.
And that's not even getting into Chapter 4. Chapter 4 is...
Like, yeah, you're having a time now with this one. Oh, you wait.
Super looking forward to it.
But here's the thing. After this level, you are 7 levels
Well,
ish from the
well,
end.
9. I would say
Ish.
9.
That's why I said ish.
Okay.
You're 7 levels from finishing the episodes.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
It's like you're closer to the end than you think you are.
Yeah. And while there is some absolute Dungeons tier bullshit in Chapter 4, like I said, some of those levels probably do not belong in Chapter 4.
I feel like, you want my honest opinion, I feel like
Yeah.
their placement in there is kind of important because it is going to give you a breather from some of
It-
the
you
absolute
do-
hell.
I think you do need a breather.
So,
I
yeah,
just
like,
don't know if I would have chosen those
I
specific
feel-
levels.
I feel
yeah.
like, upon retrospect now, I think those specific levels that are in there are probably there for the best. Because, like, again, even like they are breathers because they're surrounded by quite possibly some of the most bullshit you're going to see in this run.
Yeah, I will agree
but
with that.
We're not going to spoil what those are. That's for next time.
Yeah.
Hooray.
But as always, it's really great watching you do these.
Yeah.
We still have the most faith in you being the first person to complete.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna, like, I don't think that's gonna change at this point. Like,
Unless
I would
Viking
be-
Boy Billy comes in from behind with like a session
Yeah.
that like plows through the entirety of Chapter 3
yeah,
and finishes Chapter 2 up in like 2 sessions, you're
Yeah.
probably going to be the one that finishes first.
yeah,
Even
Yeah,
even though we spent a long time on this, I still have the most faith that you're going to complete this.
yeah. Because, like, and I feel like everyone that plays this level is gonna have a ton of trouble with it at first. Like, I can't imagine anyone just getting it on, like, figuring it out immediately.
This, to me at least, feels like the hellpak ender. Like, even if people get up to this point, I feel like
I feel like there is a good case that this should have been in, like, the last level in Chapter 4 or something.
Yeah, but hindsight's 20/20.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly.
True.
But, yeah. That wraps it up for this session of Dungeons. We're gonna try to have one next week, probably around this time.
Thanks again for
not
some great
starting
game.
around this time, but probably starting around 9 next time.
Thanks again for
probably same 4 hours. It depends on if Chunks wants to do that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Again, thank you
Thanks
for
for
taking time out of your day today for some.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me, and thanks for making all this big air quotes fun.
It's fun to someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I'm going to wrap up my stream now because it's 1:30, and I need to do some stuff before I go to bed, such as changing laundry into a dryer.
Yeah, that seems like a reasonable. All right, catch you later.
Yep.
Cheers.
Have a good night.
But yeah, on that note, for the people here, I'm gonna actually just disconnect now. On that note, yeah, let's wrap this up so we can head on the bed by doze time. It is actually bedtime for Teebs, as the music is titled. But yeah, pretty good session. Good progress made, even if there was a bit of a hang up on that last level there. Still, good gameplay in my opinion. So yeah, let's wrap this up. Let's see who's live at 1:35 in the morning. And if this was your first time watching Dungeons, well, welcome to Dungeons. Oh, I almost forgot. If you would like to participate with either testing for Volume 2, just to make sure it's not as brutally difficult as this, or if you want to contribute maps, you can go to... I gotta go to my Twitter, because it's explicitly linked on my Twitter, because I'm not generating a temp thing for it. While I'm waiting for Twitter to load... Oh, I forgot. I have to go on Firefox, because, Mr. Electric Car Person won't let me access Twitter without logging in. This is why I don't want to use Twitter anymore. But yeah, you can go to this link for the hellpak Discord. Copy link. Is this link here? This will take you to the hellpak Discord, and you can look at some of the stuff that we're working on for that, and help and contribute if you want. But yeah, who's live? Let's see. We got Captain Clever doing some retro titles. Looks like for DOS. We got the bird stream that I did a raid last time on. Irie is doing Fall Guys, and that is it. I'm gonna host Captain Clever. So, because I haven't hosted them in a bit. But yeah, if you want to keep up to date with the live stream, we have it right here. The Bird app, again, is mostly going to be for updates on the stream. If you want my actual ramblings, you're going to have to go to that Mastodon link right there. And then, yeah, I upload some of the VODs are currently public on the YouTube profile right there. It's just youtube.com/@TBCR. And there will be an original video on there, hopefully by the end of the week. So, yeah. Until then, let's go ahead and get the raid going for Captain Clever. There we go. My name is TBCR, and I will see you Friday with some Amiga stuff, because I'll have the RAM board by then. But until then, yeah, take care.